Dear all, a very warm welcome to the virtual presentation of the 13th edition of Realty Plus Conclave and Excellence Awards 2021 East. I am Sapna Srivastava, editor of Realty Plus magazine, and let's begin the proceedings of the day with the auspicious Ganesh Mantra.
Vakratunda Mahakaya Suryakoti Samaprabha Nirvignam Kuru Me Deva Sarvakaryeshu Sarvada.
On that note of positivity, we also express our sincere appreciation to all those who helped us make this event come together. The event is co-powered by InMobile Doors. The creative partner is Another Idea, business media partner, BW Business World, and online media partner, exchangeformedia.com. And in fact, as you all know, the event is being organized by Realty Plus. And also on that optimistic note, can we have our partner, Avi?
Inside decided to backward integrate and add one more feather in its cap by venturing into manufacturing of designer furniture under the brand name InMobile. In 2014, they further expanded their business and forayed into manufacturing of doors with a goal to bridge the gap between domestic man-made doors and the dearly prized European doors. InMobile doors are manufactured with the latest German technology on high-tech machines with state-of-the-art infrastructure for all post-production processes like painting, polishing and inspection under the supervision of a highly qualified and trained staff. InMobile is proud to offer a wide range of doors like wooden fire-resistant doors, metal fire-resistant doors, bullet-resistant doors, solid core flush doors, honeycomb infill doors, veneer finished doors, laminate finished doors, PU coated doors, glass doors, back painted glass doors, sliding doors, security doors, door frames in solid wood and door jambs, along with its specialty of custom-made and ready-to-install doors and door frames. They are used and trusted by leading developers across the country. Our motto of customer satisfaction has made us one of the fastest-growing door manufacturing companies in the country with a pan-India distribution network.
Well, that was quite informative, and thank you to all our partners. We couldn't have done it without you. So before we begin with the e-conclave of today, let me give a brief introduction of what Realty Plus is all about. So friends, Realty Plus magazine is part of Exchange for Media and BW Business World Group. The monthly publication is the real estate vertical of the group and was created to cater to the needs of the real estate business. For the past 16 years, Realty Plus has been at the forefront of news and stories influencing the world of real estate. It was also recognized as the best real estate magazine by National It was also recognized as the best real estate magazine by National Real Estate Development Council, NAREDCO, and is now available both in print and digital edition. Apart from our monthly magazine, the Realty Plus series of collector's edition coffee table books are premium editions launched once in a year, spotlighting prominent personalities, products, and brands of the real estate industry. A recent one is the Super CXOs, India's top 100 realty influencers coffee table book, which features Indian realty's dynamic Super CXOs who are transforming the sector through their leadership and vision. Moving on from the publications, Realty Plus Conclave and Excellence Awards virtual series such as the one today features eminent speakers, engaging discussions, and lively virtual award ceremonies felicitating the top performers in Indian real estate, PropTech, co-working, and building product segments. What's more, under this series, we have also taken the initiative to recognize achievers under 40 years of age and encourage young talent across segments in the real estate sector. Realty Plus also produces various online products and events under its Realty Plus Digital Connect initiative. Under the umbrella of Realty Plus Digital Connect, we have Realty Plus Masterclass webinars featuring subject matter experts and industry leaders in an insightful and informative conversation on current and relevant topics. We also have the Realty Plus Real Talk series that features video interviews with influential leaders from varied segments of real estate to share their honest views and opinions and real facts and figures for the benefit of all the stakeholders of the industry. Not to be missed, every morning is the Realty Plus e-newsletter that goes out every day with latest news, views, and opinions from across realty sector of India and the world. We are also very strong on the social media platforms, and that is how we stay connected with our readers, peers, and partners and promote our products. So this was a brief snippet of what Realty Plus does and what our latest initiatives are. To know us better, do get in touch with Tripti Kedia, publisher and business head Realty Plus. And also, let's take a look at a brief Realty Plus AV before we move on to the proceedings of the day. Well, after that short AV on Realty Plus, especially for those who are joining us for the first time, now let's come back to our today's very exciting lineup of panel discussions. And let me also inform you all that the event is being live streamed on Realty Plus website, that is www.realtyplusmag.com, and Realty Plus Facebook page, RP Realty Plus. So friends, now we proceed to the inaugural address of the day by Dr. Anurag Batra. Known as India's media mogul, Dr. Anurag Batra is the editor-in-chief and chairman of Exchange for Media Group and Business World. In fact, he's not able to join us live, but he has sent a special video message for us all today. So can we have the AV, please?
Good afternoon. Welcome to this Realty Plus Resilience event. Real estate industry, the whole country is going through a crisis. I know the mood is very somber, but sometimes we have to keep doing what we have to doing in a hope for a better tomorrow, and also because what we do matters. It also keeps us focused on the immediate task at hand. So really we are doing this event. I know the mood is somber, but we're doing it virtually from the safety of your home. I think resilience is something that we've been talking for the last 13 months, and in the last 2 weeks things have got to a point where doing normal business has become tough, both in terms of what's happening on the ground and second is it mentally impacts all of us. But we got to stay grateful that we are being able to breathe. We also got to pray for others. So I know this is a conference on real estate, but my thoughts are, I cannot pretend to be normal while I'm working, doing what I need to do. But clearly the mind does wander, and you tend to think about what's happening around you, and you tend to think about the families that are getting impacted and so on and so forth. So I just want to say that stay safe and keep doing what you are doing. Be sensitive to others. Moving forward is important, so keep moving forward in a hope for a better day tomorrow. Hopefully, Corona will subside. Hopefully, we'll be able to save lives. And I think resilience has been inbuilt in us in the last 14 months. And as life comes back to normal, I'm sure the real estate industry will also come back to normal. So really, I wish you luck. You're very brave. You're taking out time to do this. And God bless you. Stay safe. Thank you.
Well, on that note of hope and positivity from Dr. Batra, yes, these are challenging times and we have to keep moving forward irrespective. Indian real estate is resilient. Indians are resilient. So let's hope for the better future. And thanks, Dr. Batra, for setting the tone of the day. I now welcome Mr. Harshvardhan Patodia, Chairman, Managing Director, Unimark Group, and National President, CREDI, to please address the audience. Mr. Harshvardhan Patodia, as founder of both the Heritage Realty Group and Unimark, brings with him over 25 years of experience in the realty sector. He has also served as the president of the Calcutta Chamber of Commerce and was on the boards of the West Bengal Industrial Development Corporation and West Bengal Industrial Infrastructure Development Corporation. He has been on several other government committees and task forces and has made significant contributions to the real estate industry. Thanks, Mr. Patodia, for being here with us today. And, I hand it over to you now.
Good afternoon. I am thankful to Realty Plus to give me an opportunity to speak to you today on the subject building resilience. Friends, COVID has changed the world, the way of life, our work-life balance, and the way we work today is totally different. We have to adjust to the new normal. And I think having a conference like this probably today, the last thing in our minds. But nevertheless, we have to face the challenges, move ahead, and discuss things which are relevant to the real estate business. I think all of us have to adjust to the new normal. And amid this pandemic and the current volatile and ambiguous economic environment, only the right leadership mindset and resilience have emerged as the two vital drivers of business survival. I think we need to reinvent, adopt, and innovate to create new opportunities for ourselves. In my mind, we will need to reboot and re-strategize to build the resilience required. I think we need to be more humane in our overall approach and build empathy in our business policies with our employees and our customers. We will have to create better execution and delivery capabilities by adopting better technology and process efficiencies. Sustainable construction is the need of the hour towards a carbon neutral world. A quantum leap is required in digitizing our entire business process, especially in the construction and real estate sector, which currently only spends 1.5% of its total revenue on technology. I think this needs to have a serious relook. After the first wave of the pandemic, the Indian economy was looking at a V-shaped recovery, and the real estate industry especially the housing, industrial, warehousing space, was witnessing a robust growth, and sales numbers were very encouraging. Here we saw that people have realized the importance of owning a home during this crisis, and even the buying pattern of the millennials had changed. The second wave of the pandemic has thrown open new challenges, and we are yet to face the impact. We apprehend that availability of workforce and the supply chain might get impacted again for some time. The sweeping regulatory changes in our country, with transparency, governance, and compliance being the order of the day, we need to embrace this and reskill our management teams. The difficult business cycle in the last few years is leading to consolidation in the real estate industry, and a lot of traditional business models are getting disrupted. And new models are emerging, like development management, collaborations, different new asset classes are emerging, with services thrown in, like co-working, co-living, senior living, are gaining a lot of importance in the whole sector. I think we need to relook at our entire product offering. Even in the financing of real estate, alternative methods are coming into play, like REITs and InvITs, which is also providing a new lifeline for commercial real estate in the country. Friends, despite the pandemic, there is a fundamental demand for real estate in the country. And all the agencies are predicting a GDP growth rate of around 11% for India in the current 21-22. And I definitely feel that all of us will definitely look forward to very good times in this sector. Friends, it is a difficult time. We must be confident of ourselves. We must take care of our families. We must take care of our employees, and we must take care of the ecosystem. Stay safe and good times ahead. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Mr. Patodia, for those. Again, yes, we were looking at a recovery, a V-shaped recovery, as you mentioned, and second wave of COVID has hit us, and let's hope we get out of this sooner than later. In fact, Mr. Patodia, we'll request you to please continue to stay with us, join our panel discussion as well, where we will be talking a lot more about what you mentioned about home has now become a priority for everyone. And we will be talking about what are the challenges for the developers as well as the customers. So please stay with us while we move on to our the Realty Plus Conclave first session of the day. So let me introduce our panel members for the first session of the day while we await their joining. Can we have the panel slide, please? Mr. Harshvardhan, please stay with us. Can we have the introduction slide for our panel members for the first session? So friends, the session topic is Reaching a Turning Point, Residential Realty Transformations. The session will be chaired by Surekha Bihani, Managing Director, Kolkata, JLL, India. Surekha has 15 years of experience in Eastern India. She oversees JLL's business in West Bengal, Orissa, Jharkhand, Bihar, and Northeast India. In her current role, she provides end-to-end real estate solutions, including land acquisition, funding, transaction management, and exit strategies to corporates, developers, and investors. A very warm welcome to our moderator of the session. Let me now introduce our eminent speakers in an alphabetical order. I welcome Mr. Basant Kumar Parekh, Managing Director, Orbit Group. Mr. Parekh has an illustrious experience of over 25 years in the industry. His passion for an exclusive lifestyle drives our foray into premium residential spaces, and he values relationships and regards stakeholder satisfaction as the biggest token of achievement. So, Mr. Basant Parekh, a very warm welcome to you on this session. Our next eminent panel member is Mr. Pradeep Kumar Chopra, Chairman and Managing Director, PS Group of Companies. Mr. Chopra is a leading real estate developer in Kolkata, which has completed over 200 real estate projects in the last 30 years, including some of Kolkata's landmarks. He is also the chairman of the Institute of Leadership, Entrepreneurship and Development, iLead, offering degree courses in media and management studies. Our next eminent panel member is Mr. Nandu Belani, Chairman Belani Group of Companies. Mr. Belani is also the president of Credai Bengal. Under his leadership, the group has completed landmark buildings across West Bengal. He is also a founder member of the Highland Group, which has to its credit various ventures, including a 260-acre largest township project in the eastern India. Our next very eminent panel member, I welcome Dr. Nitesh Kumar Gupta, Managing Director and CEO, Imami Realty. Dr. Nitesh Gupta has over 28 years experience in real estate industry and funds executing multi-dimensional projects with proven strengths in corporate strategy and marketing and innovations. Dr. Gupta is well-versed with conceptualizing, planning, improvising, and implementing new ideas and strategies to enhance real estate activities in the organization. Our next panel member, the very eminent speaker and the veteran of the industry, Mr. Sushil Mohta, Chairman, Merlin Group. Mr. Sushil Mohta is also the director, South City Group of Companies, and is on board of two large malls, South City and Acropolis in Kolkata. He's a founder member of Credai India, and Mr. Mohta has been in the real estate industry for the last 3 decades and has been involved in a lot of policy making and reforms in various legislations related to the real estate industry. And yes, also joining this session is Mr. Harshvardhan Patodia, whom we just heard before this session. He will be sharing his views on this topic, where we talk about reaching a turning point, how residential realty is transforming. So do we have all our panel members now? Ms. Sureka, over to you now.
Thank you. Am I audible?
Yes. In fact, Mr. Piyush Bhagat is not able to join us because of last minute, problem that he has, encountered on his end. But we have all our panel members right here. Ms. Sureka, over to you.
Thank you so much, Sapna. Good afternoon, everyone. With this, hot topic and the new way of life that we are leading, the COVID era, which the pandemic era, which has taught us to adopt, change ourselves, change the way we think, change the way we live, change the way we work, and every sector, be it office, be it retail, be it residential, be it alternative assets, they have seen huge transformation, and residential sector is no exception. From demand to larger homes, to accommodating multiple people in the household who are doing work from home, and with an increased demand, which is showing up in the Tier 2, Tier 3 segment, we have seen a paradigm shift happening in the residential segment. So not wasting time anymore, since we are we are working on a very tight schedule. I'll go over to my esteemed panelist, starting with you, Sushil sir. Sushil sir, can you hear me?
Sushil ji is joining in just a few minutes.
Yeah, Nandu sir, are you there?
It's not 2:30 yet.
Yeah, actually, that's what Sapna. It's not yet 2:30. I think I'll start it a bit early. But Nanduji,
can we should first go to Mr. Harshvardhan, for taking from what he just mentioned in his keynote address. Let's take it from there.
So I missed out on the keynote address. So one thing which Harshi, Harshi, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
So Harshi, there is a majority of home buyers' preference. Is my voice echoing?
No, it's okay.
I think everybody should mute only when they talk. It will be better then. Everybody should mute.
So a majority of home buyers are shifting towards home which can accommodate a office setup and provide open spaces. So the importance of healthy living is gaining a lot of importance in today's lifestyle. As a developer, where do you see this paradigm shift going? How is the way the living is changing? What do you say as a healthy living today would be?
Sureka, this is definitely a total change in the attitude and the mindset of our customers. You know what people are thinking, instead of materialistic small lollipops and pops and whistles, people are now looking at more the aspect of sustainability. They're looking at the green building, they're looking at wellness, they're looking at wellness facilities, and they're looking at definitely slightly larger space, because you know both the husband or wife, if they are working, they need a space where they can work from home and at different times without being disturbed. And even at times healthcare is on online nowadays. Even the education for the children is online. So with the entire aspect of life getting online in a very large way, I think people are looking at a slightly larger space where they can easily conduct their lives digitally without the family disturbance or without any kind of a distraction in their life, and they get their own space during that time. Secondly, what has also happened that during the COVID pandemic, all of us have realized the importance of a home. This is where we ultimately went, and this is where we all got safe. And if we were well or if we were sick, I think we all recuperated there and we lived our lives there. At least that is what has happened. And there's a major shift in the millennial thought process also. So they were earlier like more mobile than the earlier generation, but they've also come to realize that no, I think ultimately buying a house is important in their lives. And this pandemic has definitely put a reset button in everybody's life. And people are definitely rethinking on their priorities in terms of a home. And I think this is augurs very well for the real estate market in the future and time to come.
So, picking up from what Harshji is saying, Nanduji, every millennial today, and not only millennials, I think people who were earlier thinking of just living in rented home are wanting to have an apartment of their own. What trend are you witnessing in this aspect, and how have you seen the sales increase in the eastern region?
Thank you, Sureka. Hello, everybody. Uh, as taking from what Harsh just said, I think we have redefined our lives in terms of the way we function, the way we do our business, the way we do everything today, even the way we conduct ourselves. It's become a post-COVID era. I think last March, before the lockdown, we never knew that what we were heading for, that we would be confined to our homes for a month, 2 months, and maybe longer also, because all the entertainment spots were closed. We couldn't go out anywhere. Offices opened little later, but till date, we are still fearsome to go to a movie hall, to a mall, to interact with people. You see, the interaction with people has come down today. Today we are more interacting on Zoom. So I think that touch with human has gone. So what we realize now in the post-COVID era, that home, as Harsh said, is very, very important for everybody. Having a home, that too of your own. Previously, the younger generation, the millennials, were taking more on rented. They said rented because you keep changing your jobs, and the rental yields were about 2 to 3% on residential, whereas the interest rates were 7-8%. Okay. And now today, with the interest in a 15-year loan, it's come down for home loans. So that is one of the reasons where people are also wanting to go for a ownership home than other than a rented home. And they see this has brought a lot of uncertainty in the human being, that staying in a rented apartment, there's uncertainty. Tomorrow your lease expires, tomorrow your landlord may tell you to not renew it. So where do you go again? You may not get the home of your choice. And real estate, as we all know, is a hard asset which cannot never be stolen from you. You have gold can be stolen, shares can really collapse, but real estate has been a stable asset for so many years. So people are going for a real estate buying asset today, and they even want bigger homes today. As Harsh said, they want more recreation space, they want to work from home, they want an extra room. So these trends we are seeing, and majorly people from rented are shifting to ownership homes, because it gives them the comfort of owning something and being confined to a home with your family. And people also preferring homes with a lot of recreational facilities, like larger complexes are in demand and at better prices. I think this is the trend that we have seen changing post-COVID.
You've seen an increase in the sales data because of this, sir?
Absolutely. See, I'll tell you, last November, we had already achieved 70% of pre-COVID levels. And January, February, March, we were doing great. Sales were really good. And it's going up from month to month. But there would be a slight slowdown in April, maybe because of the spread. But you see, today, COVID as an enemy we know what COVID is today. Last March, we did not know. Today, we know COVID. We know it's a matter of a month or two, we'll get over it. And what I see the trend, maybe towards the end of the year, you'll see higher sales than last year, and maybe at higher prices also. For sure.
Which is a very good thought to have at this point. So, Pradeep sir, have you joined?
Yeah, Mr. Chopra is there. His video has some problem, but he's there.
Even Sushil has joined now. Hi, Sushil.
Hi, Sushil sir. Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
So taking over to your questions before we go to Pradeep sir, there is, Sushil sir, there are three asset classes which have always been a preference for everyone, which is equities, mutual funds, gold, mutual funds and fixed deposits, gold, and then real estate. Considering these avenues, how do you see the dynamics of real estate becoming a more preferred options against these four asset classes, sir?
See, first of all, it is not a correct comparison. Home is not an asset where you compare with gold or a bond or something. You can live without bond or fixed deposit or gold, but you perhaps cannot live without a home. It's the basic need any human being will have out of these three: roti, kapda, and makan. So I don't think you have a comparison here. And this is the asset where you historically have seen appreciation and will continue to see also your entire comfort, mental comfort, physical comfort, everything. So I don't think there is any need to fortify this particular thought. It is given. It's a no-brainer that this is the best asset class one can have.
Pradeep ji, over to putting up the question to you. Starting with the fact that, everyone is saying that we have seen a pent-up demand in the people post the first wave of COVID. We also saw a lot of concerns coming out from a lot of people. What actually did you see the concerns which the home buyers were having?
See, the concerns, I don't see much of the concerns from the home buyers. What I see that if you have booked a flat and if you have a deadline to shift from your current flat to the next flat, the major concern is whether the project will be completed on time because of non-availability of laborers and because of constraint in construction because of the lockdown, COVID and things like that. That was one of the concerns. Other than that, there is a problem of plenty. For the first time, a buyer has a choice. There are so many apartments, finished apartments available to the buyer. And, I think it's a best time from the buyer's perspective to buy because the home loan rates are at historically low. The inflation is quite high. The prices of steel and cement and other have gone up. To that extent, the prices of flats have not gone up. You have a multiple choice available. And what I would like to add, what Nandu has just said, that earlier you had a job where you have to keep on changing your cities, your locations. Now most of the companies ask you to work from home, and it is not for a temporary period. It is long term. It is for life. The Googles and the Microsoft of the world, they are all saying that you can, for rest of life, you work from home. Now, if I can work from home, I can always buy a flat from where I'll work for rest of my life. So that's that's a big incentive to buy. Earlier, I was not sure whether I'll be Bangalore or I will be in Calcutta or I'll be in Delhi. Now that I can work, from one place, I can buy. And, the buying an apartment is not just buying a roof over your head. It's buying complete financial security in a country where no social security or financial security is available. You create a home equity which subsequently allow you to borrow more money in case of medical or social emergency. And after you have completed paying, you also get a reverse mortgage option which adds to your retirement benefit. So it's actually a great investment option, and today it's the best time to buy. So the concern is that how to buy, which one to buy, or things like that. So I think it's buyers are having a ball. So I think we'll see, as Nandu said, that temporarily there may be some lull because of the the mess we are in right now because of the COVID. Once we are out of it, I think the prices and the speed of sale will go up. It has, in our case, it has gone up. We are already in the January, February, March, we were selling more than the pre-COVID period. The numbers are also higher. We have increased the prices of the apartments. So it has been a great experience, good experience as far as we are concerned.
That's a very positive note to have. I think many of the builders in Calcutta have experienced this phenomena, and that's something very positive for the Eastern India market. Vasanji, going over to you, and on this perspective that people are going into a work from home, and home can be like, it can be the tier 2, tier 3 cities where we earlier actually belong. Maybe I belong to Guwahati. I might want to buy an apartment in Guwahati. How do you see this trend moving, and how have you seen this impact demand?
In the current situation, we all, as other speakers have said, the need for quality homes or any homes per se has improved. The urgency for a larger space or a space which is more than what they are using now has also been felt by the home buyers, and clubbed with the reduction in rate of interest has also prompted them to buy new apartments which are ready or which are getting ready. So housing, which was definitely a priority for each of us, but it was getting deferred because of one reason or another. Okay, chalo, we'll see, we'll wait for 6 months, we'll wait for 1 year. But with the present situation where the need for quality home, the larger home, as the other speakers and eminent speakers have said, the thrust in real estate has gone up. The housing in all sectors, whether it is in urban sectors, it is in suburban sectors, whether it is in metropolitan cities or tier 2 cities, everywhere we have seen the need for homes because people are staying everywhere, right? As Sushil Bhai and Pradeep and everybody said that where in the era of last 1.5 years, when working from home is getting momentum, more and more people are working from home. What is happening is that the people were coming to urban cities for their livelihood, right? Now they can go back to their suburban city, tier 2 cities, small towns, and have their own home and work from home.
Sushilji, just an extension of this question, as a CREDAI West Bengal chapter, heading that chapter, do we have any data to show how much of demand has happened in places like Shiliguri or the other towns of West Bengal? So you're on mute.
Well, right now we have data, but speaking to the developers of tier 2, tier 3 city, we have realized one thing, that there is a good demand in and also the suburbs of Calcutta also are now selling good. Barasat or Pada or down south Joka or Madhyam Gram or areas in Hubli and Havra, people are buying home because they're working from there, working from homes, and the rates are cheaper there. Home loan rate is very less. Credit link subsidy is available. So all this put together, the sale have gone up in all these areas also, and people are finding it quite comfortable. And as it is, they see social infrastructure is also growing in all these areas like this, schools, shopping, etc. So that way, and one more interesting data I have found that this your online shopping has increased in all these tier 2, tier 3 cities because people are working from that place. And when they were working in Bangalore, Pune, or Calcutta, they were accustomed to do online shopping. These young boys and girls, they were doing all their online shopping. So now that shopping has shifted to these tier 2, tier 3 cities. So this itself shows that people are working seriously from places. A good number of people are working that way. So definitely they said that they will buy a home there when they are working from there. They are living with their parents there. So definitely they need more space. So that
मेरे पास है.
Sapna, I think you have to mute yourself. Sapna, you have to mute yourself.
She is muted. She's on mute. She's on mute.
So a very interesting fact, which is coming out also from this fact which you're mentioning, Sushilji, which I think I should be mentioning in this forum, since there is a lot of demand from these e-commerces, the Amazons and Flipkarts of the world, and instead of taking larger warehouses for their fulfillment center, they are now preferring to take in places like a Shiliguri, a Bhubaneswar, a Guwahati, which is itself a kind of an impetus to say what you are saying, sir, substantially, that the online shopping trends are relatively increasing in these tier 2, tier 3 segments. This is what is exactly matching what you're trying to tell, sir.
Yes, you see, the other day I was in this second home project, which is at Amtala, Merlin Green, which is absolutely a panchayat area. And I was saying that we need to have this thing. So you book this on Amazon, it will come to office. So my people said, no, sir, they will deliver here. They deliver here. There are a lot of people buying from Amazon here. Last Sunday.
So you have distribution centers in Taratala. From there it gets done. So you see the kind of effort that these e-commerce players are taking to have distribution centers all across Calcutta, in also the suburban areas of the state. It's a very interesting phenomenon. Nitesh, now going over to you, there are two criteria now which are now we are seeing a lot of buyers looking into. One is the size of the house and the price of the house. If since you've had a national exposure, Nitesh, how do you see this growing? What do you see is the right size which is doing good in India? What is the price bracket which you are seeing doing good sales across India? Of course, not fully focused on East, but more on an India perspective, since you have a lot of national exposure. Nitesh, over to you. You're on mute, I think, Nitesh.
You're able to hear me?
Yeah, now we can hear you. Yeah.
Okay. So sorry for the trouble, internet problems, Very nice question, Ms. Vianney. First of all, good afternoon to everybody, and all my fellow eminent panelists are out here and my viewers are here. First of all, I sincerely wish and hope that this pandemic people are able to face very bravely and come out of this difficulty. But as Albert Einstein said, with the middle of difficulties, lies opportunities. So, Ms. Sureka, coming back to your question, this pandemic has actually opened up a lot of pent-up demands, which was accruing over the years of buying a house. And not only buying a house, buying a larger house with customized spaces, with what extra room, which they can convert into the offices, a lot of open spaces, large balconies, buying houses and societies which has all in-house facilities like clubs, gyms, daily shopping needs. This has come into real limelight. But having said so, buying a larger house also needs budget. The spending power of a person, though the home loan rates have historically come down, as my fellow eminent panelists have said. This is, mind you, Ms. Rekha, this is the lowest home loan interest rate in the last 5 decades. I was being told, but still, a budget is still a criteria. So instead of, buying houses in the major cities and metro cities, with the work from home culture, where the distance no longer is the criteria of a discerning buyer, people are willing to go towards suburban areas. People are willing to go towards the tier 2, tier 3 cities, where they can have much more open land. They can build their customized houses. They can have more open spaces. They can have more work-life balance, and also an emotional quotient that they can be near their parents. So that has really come into the scene. I would just like to quote an example for Imami Reality. We just launched a project in Jhansi, if we talk about the natural exposure, which is about 8 hours drive from Lucknow. And it's 100 acres bungalow township. And in 6 months, Ms. Vihani, we were able to sell out more than 60% of our inventories. That's a clear sign that people don't mind moving out. And with the online education system also, people don't have to go to send their school kids to their school every day. So that has also come to see. But coming back to your second part, what is the ideal size, how much larger size of rooms or houses they require? It all depends from family to family. A 2 BHK person might go for a 2 BHK plus an extra room, study room, which they can convert into a flexible office space. A 3 BHK can go to a 4 BHK. But affordability index is a criteria that one has to see. But as compared to the pricing that you asked me, the last part of your question, that what is the ideal pricing? Going by the last 3 quarters after the lockdown, the maximum sales volume that we have seen, and I was seeing some analog data that has happened in the last 3 decades, is under 1 crore category. That clearly shows that the affordable housing, the mid-housing category is driving the sales. But mind it, the NRIs have really bounced back, the long aspirations of buying their houses in their native country, in their native cities. I was told that 38% of the sales that has happened in the last 2-3 quarters, NRIs have taken it, and their price segment is about 90 lakhs to 2.5 crores. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree, Nitesh. That's absolutely correct. Continuing from what Nitesh has said, Nandu sir, that NRIs are buying. We also have seen a lot of people. We see a lot of Bengalis today are settled in Bangalore, Pune, Hyderabad, and even for that matter in Bombay. And this shift of working from home, are we doing any sort of a marketing to attract them to buy homes in our city? And how do you see this going forward? Do you see that opportunity coming up? Do you see we need to make a concentrated effort to get them to buy homes here, or how do you see this going forward, sir?
As I told you, going forward, one of the, as I just told you before, in my first talk, that residential real estate is really seeing a boom and would see a boom going forward for the reasons I told you, pre-COVID, post-COVID, because of insecurities, uncertainties in people's mind. People are looking at residential as an asset to invest in and also own it, because residential asset is one of the most prized possession any person can have, having your own home. So people working in Bangalore, Pune, Hyderabad, from Calcutta, I think they are, since advertising is digital these days, so people have access to your website, internet, they can easily access any builder. And we as a group, and also I am quite sure a lot of other groups, are targeting social media as one of the major platforms for attracting investments from these cities. Because people are all on social media now, the younger generation. So that's one of the medium that we use generally to attract investment from these areas. And what we see a trend today, I think Bengal going forward is going to do great. For one of the reasons what I have this feeling is, today we have elections round the corner, and I think for the first time we have a real contested elections in Bengal. Normally it's been one party rule for a longer time. And with another party coming up, whoever may win, I think Bengal will grow, whether it's the ruling party or the BJP coming in. I think if the ruling party comes in, they will surely try to put in more and more time and more investment, infrastructure into the state, for sure. And if central government comes in, they will also put in infrastructure. I think Bengal is in for a great time today in terms of investments and in terms of growth. So, as I said earlier, I think once we are over with this second wave of COVID, which is not going to be very serious. We are panicking today, but I think 2 months, 3 months down the road, with vaccines freely available, I think the scare will go away and people will surely go back to investing in real estate residential. People want bigger flats. And once again, I would like to impress that residential demand by the end of the year would be higher than what we saw in 2019, 2020, for sure. And that's going to happen. And I'll just give an example. We have a store H&M in our building. This February, March, the sales were higher than last February, March. So which means that the economy is growing. It is just a few months of uncertainty. I think we are there almost.
I think most of the malls did very well in the October-February phase, showing the fact that people have proved that, the human nature is resilient. And as soon as they get a kind of a circumstance where they can bounce back and come back to life, they'll all come back to life. That's very important part of a human nature. That's human behavior. So, social media is a kind of a technology which we have been talking. Sushilji, coming to you, technology is a very interesting topic and is a very talked about topic in this real estate world. I think, we've been using real estate as a sector, has been using a lot of technology, and we've learned to adapt that technology in this COVID time. We've started using the virtual 3D walkthroughs. We've started doing online documentations. We've started putting payment platforms in place. There's been a lot of innovation. So very quickly, there are positives and negatives of every aspect of it, every aspect of technology. So on this, I just wanted to elaborate what you see has been the changes which has come in this sector in terms of technology. Then second part is, how are you seeing buyers responding to this technology? Are they adapting, or are they resisting, or there's a mixed feeling on what they are feeling? And third is, how are developers changing on this platform? Sir, you're muted, sir. You need to unmute.
Okay. The only silver line out of this pandemic is phenomenal increase in the use of technology.
Yeah.
It is just not in the sales and marketing, but in all spheres of life, right from celebrating a birthday to a mourning also. That is social part. But in business also, these days within the same city, we are doing conferences with the advocates on virtual platform. We are doing project review meeting on VC. We are doing design coordination meeting with architect, consultant, structure engineer, and electrical consultants on the virtual platform. And sales marketing also is phenomenal as far as the use of technology is concerned, with the different kind of tools. Like now we have for few projects, we have a 360-degree walkthrough in the project. Like you can go one corner to another corner virtually. You can have a 360-degree view. You can have a virtual walkthrough. You have the chatbots. You have the artificial intelligence, like automated answer for certain set queries. So those things are being used. And the best thing is that, the customers are accepting this happily. And the site visit to conversion ratio have increased like anything. Earlier, if there were 10 customers visiting, there was one closer. Now with 4 or 5 visiting, one closer. So customers are now filtering through this, all the technology. They are shortlisting their requirement through the virtual walkthrough or 360-degree view or video chats and chatbots and all those things, then going for a final site visit. One site visit is normally required, except few NRI and customers who are not residing in Calcutta, but normally one site visit is required by most of the customers. The best part is that, these people have adapted it not only, the senior level, but at all level. Even the site engineers or the junior people, everybody has adapted this technology. And another important factor, HERA or RERA is actually boon in long term. See, today this platform is having the most, all the information of the most available projects. All the available projects are displayed there. So the complete set of informations are available. A customer, if a smart customer, if I have to buy a property, I will first go to HERA site, shortlist from there, see the background of the developer. I will see how many cases are against him, and then make my decision accordingly. So HERA and RERA is becoming one of the biggest information dissemination point. So this is also a technology, and coupled with that, your websites, etc. And I think, in time to come, every developer, every credible developer has to adopt all those this technological feature. I think most of us are having already. So with regard to your this other features like payment gateway and all, so they all are working fine, and the customers are happy to use it.
Agree, sir. Pradeep ji, going over to you, sir. As you rightly said, there has been increased demand for ready homes in your earlier answer. Pradeep sir, on these circumstances, how do you see developers planning to fund ongoing construction if people are only wanting to buy ready homes?
See, let me first add what Sushil has just said. Technology, what is going to come is going to be fascinating. We are right now working on putting all the records of the border security force and the police and the army on blockchain, where the records can't be fudged, records can't be distorted, records cannot be played with. The major problem in India is the authenticity of the land records. Now, if the land records are put on blockchain, you are 100% sure about the title of the property. And this is going to be a greatest boon in the real estate industry once all the record of the lands can be put into blockchain. Second is that even artificial intelligence is going to play a major role in designing and execution of the projects, where all the bottlenecks of the execution and design defects which cannot be seen by human eye or human brain can be identified by the artificial intelligence. So there can be a very, very affordable housing, and reduction in the cost also requires the most efficient design. And this is going to happen with artificial intelligence coming into real estate, and it is going to be widely used in very short time. So these are two emerging technologies. There are many other technologies which are coming. We don't have time to talk about. Now, regarding your question of how do we fund?
Sir, if you can please talk on that. I think Sapna started before time, 15 minutes before time. So we have some time.
Yeah, I'll just give you one answer, one sentence. There is no problem because there's a high liquidity today. The bankers are after you to fund. If you're a good builder, you have a good credit worthiness. There's a lot of money is floating around than what is required right now. So I don't think any builder is having any problem in raising the money if people are interested in only buying ready-made flats, because thanks to COVID, worldwide the liquidity is very high. That is one reason why the interest rates are so low, despite the fact that the inflation is so high. The inflation is double digit and the interest rates are single digit. This is happening because there is a very high liquidity availability in the market. So that answers your question that where the money will come. Enough money is floating around.
Okay, sir. Point noted, sir. Basanji, going to you know, with we've been hearing our Prime Minister speaking that, you know, housing for all is something which he's been speaking a lot. Now, when we say housing for all, which is the segment that we are talking about? Are we talking of that 200, 300 square feet carpet area, or are we talking of that 800 to 900,000 square feet? How do you see the developers? You know, that's the first question. The second question would be, do you see developers making money on these kinds of projects, considering that the cost of construction is going higher day by day? On a holistic ground, how do you see this segment going forward?
See, the segment is going to go well, and it has to do well. We have to make houses for masses to suit all pockets. Now we can see a shopping center. Let us understand this. When you go to the shopping center, you get everything what you want to suit each pockets, right? किसी को अगर सस्ता शर्ट लेना है तो 100 rupees में भी मिलता है, and if you want to go for luxury, you have to pay 15 to 20,000 also. Now, at one point of time, we were doing what we like as a builder to build, right? But now we have to understand that we have to build to suit each pocket, every pocket. That will give us volume. Because see, I see it like this. You have your own overhead in place. You have to have volumes. The luxury segment or the upper MIG will not give you those kind of volumes which the so-called affordable housing can give. Now, affordable housing, we are saying as it is defined in the Act, but affordable could be starting from 5 lakh, 6 lakh rupees to a flat, 1 bedroom maybe, 9 lakh to 12 lakh for 2 bedroom, depending upon locations, depending upon the areas. And those flats have gained momentum. They are doing very well. Now, what is really happening is, despite the fact that the government is saying that, okay, you produce affordable housing, periodically we are getting income tax benefit out of it. But it has to be, at a larger format as you touch, the value of the land. Say in West Bengal, say if you consider our holding cost to make it marketable up to the sanction, the revenue interest cost is very high. Is the government giving any benefit for the stamp duty benefit? It is not. Some of the states are giving it. So to make it affordable, it is not only the job of the builder to make it affordable. Yes, the builder has to work rather more hard with their architects, with the structural consultant, with the other service providers for the complex of the building, what you do, so that you can produce at a lower cost without compromising on the quality and amenities of the apartments or the housing, correct? More so, this is very important. पहले तो क्या है, we were liberal. चलो ठीक है, 50 रुपया बढ़ जाता तो कुछ नहीं. Now today 50 rupees is only the margin.
Agreed. Right.
Correct. That is the important. But we have to now work on volumes. What is e-commerce doing? E-commerce are doing at a very thin margin, but a larger volume. Earlier, Dukan mein, we were doing more margins, less volumes. So what is happening? The e-commerce have taken over the malls or the small shops and so on. Important है. Because overhead तो shop का उतना ही है. Correct? E-commerce का कितना overhead? Logistic को छोड़ के. So we have to also, as an entrepreneur, get into arithmetic and become more efficient, very, very efficient. But at the same time, the government has to play its role. We have to tell them, just defining affordable housing and giving little bit of tidbits here and there is not going to work. So we, both the builder side and the administration side, or the political side, the government side, the lawmakers, the policy makers, have to align together to make it more so-called affordable, and at larger volume. That will give us larger volume. That will give us, increase our turnovers, and overhead will come down. The per square feet cost of interest, the revenues, the overhead, they will come down.
Once those costs keep coming down, we can really pass it on and make it affordable to suit each pocket. Correct. See where the Abhi Sushil Bhai ne kaha, where the cost of steel is going, where the cost of cement is going. What are we doing for it? How can then we match up the affordable sector? Can we? We can't.
That is the main question, sir. We are saying housing for all, but we are seeing the
See,
cost of construction is going very high.
then the land is only cheap in some of the cases where in suburbs or if you go a little far, creation of infrastructure for people to move far. If we say, for example, if you have to travel 1 hour, say 50 kilometers, 20 kilometers from Calcutta, where you have to come back, it will take you 2 hours, 3 hours to commute. Okay, over the period, the time factors have been reduced because of metro and so on and so forth. Yet, unless until those things are happening, why people will migrate at a distance level, because the travel time is not shortened. So there are a lot of factors. The government have to really come forward and with the builders and the Kredai and so on and so forth, have to sit together and create a platform where we can exchange views and make it more affordable.
Agreed, sir. Agreed.
Because this is very important. The quality time in the house having increased. We have seen that post COVID. पहले भी हम लोग कितने देर घर पर रहते थे, सुबह 2 घंटा में भी and शाम को कुछ देर. Now we are enjoying homes, we are spending time with our family, friends.
सर आपकी पोएट्री भी आ रही है.
पोएट्री तो अभी मैं लास्ट में बताऊंगा आपको. अभी एक लिखा था, मैंने लिखा था 13th May को. हाँ, मैं भी निकाल के रखा हूँ. I knew maybe you will tell me. I wrote
that's a very nice way of saying the importance of home. When each
See,
one.
I tell you, give me a line. I have just taken it out and I'll read it for all of you. The caption was, I wrote it on 13th May 2000. उस समय lockdown period था. I wrote 67 poems for 67 days of lockdown. तो घर के बारे में लिखा, मकान अब हुआ घर, मकान अब हुआ घर. उम्र भर जिसे एक मकान हमने रहने दिया, उम्र भर जिसे मकान हमने रहने दिया, आज मिलकर रहे तो वो घर बन गया. आज मिलकर रहे तो वो घर बन गया. माहौल जन्नत सा हुआ घर और प्रकृति में भी. माहौल जन्नत सा हुआ घर में और प्रकृति में भी. कड़वाहट का हुआ अंत, हर रिश्तों का मिठास बढ़ गया. कड़वाहट का हुआ अंत और हर वस्तुओं का मिठास बन गया. We have realized the importance of relationship at everywhere, with everybody. इंसान को इंसान की फिक्र होने लगी. इंसान को इंसान की फिक्र होने लगी. कम में भी ज्यादा की बरकत होने लगी. अगर छोटे घर में है तो भी लोग ले रहे हैं ना, they are improving. तो छोटे में भी ज्यादा की बरकत होने लगी. जिंदगी के मोह ने सारी चाहते छोड़ दी. जिंदगी के मोह ने सारी चाहते छोड़ दी. अब तो सादगी भी जिंदगी और चमन सी लगने लगी. So that is the point I am trying to make, is the importance of we make houses. जो लेते हैं उसको घर बनाते हैं, घर से मंदिर बनाते हैं. So the importance of house and a home have increased. We have all realized it, and the government also must come forward and help the builders to create more affordable houses, so-called, and to make the dream of, say, Prime Minister saying housing for all. खाली कहने से नहीं होगा, करने से होगा. And we builders also become more efficient, and we must pass on the reduction of cost to our buyers to make it. We should create volumes and exist.
Thank you so much, sir. Nitish, going on to to your question, there has been going on to this high-end and luxury segment. Nitish, we've seen that everywhere there is a huge inventory which is building up. So how do you see this segment going forward in a national perspective, and what measures do you think that the developers need to take to push this segment forward now?
Oh, the luxury segment. Okay. First of all, ये तो माहौल बहुत अच्छा बन गया वसंत जी की ये पोएट्री सुन के. मजा आ
नितेश,
गया।
आपको तो रोज उनके व्हाट्सएप लिस्ट में होना चाहिए आपको।
मैं तो हूँ, लेकिन उनका हर पोएम निराला होता है। Anyway, so what we have seen, Rekha, that in 2020, 80% of the new launches that has happened, that has all happened under 1 crore category. And going forward, this segment is going to rise. But having said so, I mentioned in my last quote also that the NRI segment is driving the luxury sales. The emotional quotient is coming back. The uncertainties in the West, especially the Europe and the Middle East, people have realized that your native country, आपका अपना भारत, आपका अपना गांव, वो तो अपना ही रहता है. So that has come back, and the rupee has devaluated immensely. The home loan interest have come historically down. So that has driven the NRI sales to a remarkable levels. So if you see the trend, even in Kolkata and the rest part of the country, the 3 BHKs and 4 BHKs are mainly taken by the NRI segments. A lot of Middle East customers and European customers, UK customers especially have come forward to buy this segment. But and this segment is actually costing from 90 lakhs to about 2.5 crores. Now, coming back to your luxury segments, the inventories piling up in the luxury segments and all. For the time being, because the pent-up demand being there, and the house had become a basic need of a middle class, people are more driven towards affordable housing. People who are staying in the rented accommodations have realized that, we need our own house, especially in certain cities of India like Pune and all. They were giving a second-rate treatment, I was being told. So they actually have come back and bounced back to buy their own houses. As you see, Pune is being the highest sales volumes, doing the highest sales volume in the country, followed by Chennai. So as part of the kind of advice to the developers, what they should do with the piling up inventories, I am no one. All the eminent panelists are there, and a lot of other developers are saying it all depends from company to company, what kind of business plan they have, what kind of sustainabilities and patience they have into their inventories. It all depends on them. But on a personal note, I'll quote Tom Peters, one of the eminent panelists, बसंत जी से जरा क्यों लेके मैं भी थोड़ा सा शायराना हो गया हूँ. If a window of opportunity appears, don't pull your shade down. Please grab it with your both hands. So I feel so that piling up inventories will not gain anything, even if you have to roll up certain discounts, whatever you can afford, because luxury segment still has certain more margins than the affordable segments. You should come out with and ease out your cash flows. Okay.
Agree, Nitesh. Now, this is a question which, I would want all panelists to take it. One point, we've been talking that post this, it's just a 2-3 months phase. The second phase, the second wave of COVID will phase down and we'll have a good time. One point, each one of you what according to you, we should keep in mind, anything from a developer's perspective, from a consumer perspective, from a sector perspective, anything, one point. I would want to start with Harshji. Harshji, with you, starting the whole on this question, sir. Harshji, are you there?
I'm there.
Okay. So 1 point, sir. Can
you repeat your question once again?
So we have, unanimously agreed that this second wave is a 2 through 3 months, event, which, will phase down, and we have learned to adapt ourselves. Today we know what animal a COVID is. So with this vaccination drive and everything, we'll see, the sales going to a pre-COVID level, maybe by the end of this year. Going on that positive note, 1 point, what do you think we should have in mind, maybe from a consumer perspective, sector perspective, or a developer perspective? 1 point from each panelist as to what should we keep in mind.
You see, what has happened is definitely we've learned to handle the pandemic much better than the first wave, Surika. And we have the vaccine in front of us. So the fear of COVID should be behind us. We are better equipped to fight the COVID. So we should have more confidence on our entire system, the healthcare system, the infrastructure to come out of COVID. And I think we will win this war.
That's great, sir. Sushilji, to you, sir.
Well, I would like to say the developers not one but the two thing. You see, the demand will always be there, but we need to do proper research, create a product what our customer is requiring. Second is build credibility. You know, we must live up to the expectation of our customers. That is the only way going forward. Otherwise, a developer who is not able to build credibility will be out of business.
Nanduji, to you, sir.
You are on mute, Nandu.
Sorry. We keep forgetting that sometimes you are mute. Technology has changed everything, how we do conventions, meetings, everything.
Sir, you are doing a meeting, you are doing a seminar on a WebEx, on a Zoom platform is the high end of saying how much technology we have adopted in this last 1 year.
As I said, this is post-COVID and pre-COVID. World War III, World War II, post-World War II. So now we are in post-COVID period. Yes, now I think one of the most important factors going forward for anybody, whether is transparency and trust for every developer is very important. I think going forward, that is what is going to decide your fate of the developer. And that is what is going to decide how you're going to conduct yourself in future. And that is how your product will sell and at a premium. If you're transparent and you're trustworthy, there's no looking back. And post-COVID, once again, I reiterate that the economy is going to grow and real estate is going to, residential real estate is going to boom to a great extent as people find that is one of the most hard assets that you can own and keep it. And it's also got a roof over your head where you can have a family, work under it, do everything under the home. So I think transparency, trust is most important for a developer. And from the customer point of view, I think we should give them a product. We should always, I believe in this, under commit and over deliver, which is most important for the customer. That's
yes, very well said. Pradeep, sir, on your perspective, sir.
See, I think that working from home will be new normal, and therefore we should all plan all the apartments and all whatever we are going to sell in future is to make sure that working from home is a very pleasant experience. We should plan to have an extra working space in all, even our smallest apartment, because I think one member, either husband or wife, would be continuously working from home. And this is a new normal, and it's a great boon thanks to the very easy adoption of the technology globally. And therefore, at least one of the member of the family will work from home, considering that the children are at home and all that. And it's acceptable worldwide by the corporates. So the future will be when we can make working from home possible and pleasurable. That is what we should keep in mind. That is how the future will take shape.
Agree, sir. Basant sir, for you, कोई शायराना अंदाज में बता दीजिए सर, माहौल हल्का हो जाएगा.
म्यूट पे हैं बसंत जी, आप म्यूट पे हैं बसंत जी.
मैंने कहा कि अभी सबका माहौल अच्छा है, सब कह रहे हैं कि अच्छा मार्केट है, स्टॉक बिक रहा है, everybody is smiling and rightly so. If I have to say in one word, I would say we should become efficient, and our effort should be collaborative. We should collaborative effort say we should work now. Efficiency is the single largest factor which will drive our growth and existence forward. We have to become efficient in each aspect, and above all, as I say, हर रिश्तों में मिठास होना चाहिए. ये बहुत जरूरी है रियल एस्टेट के लिए. जैसे सुशील भाई ने कहा, ट्रस्ट के लिए, ट्रांसपेरेंसी के लिए, this will lead us to, as I call, रिश्तों की मिठास. That is very, very important. आज
सही बात।
हर एक साल के उदास चेहरों के बाद आज हम सब पे मुस्कान देख रहे हैं।
सर ये भी बात
देखो,
बहुत सही है सर।
जब देख रहे हैं पतझड़ में भी बसंत की बहार देख रहे हैं। पतझड़ में भी बसंत की बहार देख रहे हैं। गमों को छोड़ो,
तो सब जगह है,
खुशियों को बांटो।
तो सब जगह है।
हाँ, वो
बसंत
देख
की
रहे
बहार
हैं।
तो ये
हाँ, हाँ।
अच्छी बात है ना सर, आज हमारे सेशन में एटलीस्ट आपकी शायराना अंदाज ने थोड़ा सा बाहर भी ला दिया।
अरे
नितेश सर, हाउ डू यू थिंक दिस विल गो?
मैं तो बसंत जी के आगे क्यों देख रहा हूँ कि पतझड़ में भी बसंत की बहार देख रहे हैं, तो आई कैन सी बसंत जी स्माइलिंग.
Basant ji is a positive person I've seen in my life.
Yes, great. So I will take a very important line from your JLL report, Surekha. If 2020 was a year that changed everything, 2021 is the year that will be the new normal.
Absolutely.
Right. बड़ा सिंपल तरीके से मैं बताना चाहता हूँ for the viewers also and the aspiring customers also. You see the present market, your gold and mutual stocks is at its peak. इससे ज़्यादा कभी value नहीं रही stocks की. And while at the same moment, you see compare the prices of homes is the lowest best. This is, the best time to buy a house. What else you are waiting for? You have choices. You can negotiate with the developers. You can buy your dream house. Digital technologies can roam around, take you every corner of the house, and you don't have to visit every time and make your decisions and all. But second part, मैं आपको answer करना चाह रहा हूँ that housing for all pay. The collaborative effort that हमारे speakers ने बोला, that is very, very important. Even if the developers try, to make housing budgeted, already the thinning of margins have happened. The government infrastructure should also come forward, to help them. The cement and steel prices, that you see these days, see housing for all. Most of the state enterprises, the NBCCs and the state enterprises are taking the pile. There should be more private participations. And if you have to have private participations, there has to be some kind of profitability. There is some kind of a motivation to go forward, otherwise how would they surprise? But the trend that is going to continue, Ms. Biani, is the bigger houses and more spacious houses is the need of the hour, ready to move in. This is a very important thing that people right now are aspiring for ready to move in houses. A house that is tangible, the house that you can, see, the house that you can take your Vastu consultant and take a Reiki of it. And the preference also that has come on to see, out of the data that I saw from Prop Equity, preference of buying from branded developers and corporates have come into being.
Yeah.
That is going to continue.
Absolutely. Thank you, everybody. I think we have overshot our time. Sapna would be, I'm sure, calling me up now saying that, can you start your Q&A? Thank you, each one of you. It was a very interesting section. We'll just open the panel for the Q&A. So,
yes, Surekha, I think we couldn't have a better start to the conclave than this, where we not only talked about some serious issues, but we went all poetic, thanks to Mr. Basant Parekh. So what better way to start a e-conclave than in a poetic way? But yes, we have been getting a lot of questions. The panel spoke about the trend of people now going back to their hometowns. Surekha, you mentioned, why not go back to Guwahati and buy a place there, or, So will COVID-19 reverse or stall the urbanization trend? Surekha, who should take this question? Your call.
I think let's give this to Harshji Briang, the CREDAI National President today. We should ask for his opinion on this.
Sapna, urbanization definitely not going to stop. I think it is going to spread. Instead of being concentrated around the metros, I think it is going to be spread across India because of this work from home facility, the new normal and technology. So people would want to definitely enjoy their lives and have better work-life balance, enjoy their families and still work. And if that's possible, if you enjoy your work and you enjoy your life, nothing better than that. I think the population growth in India is definitely going to drive urbanization, and there's going to be a shortage of housing in different categories in different micro markets. Maybe luxury housing will be met by enough demand, but still, I think there's a huge scope in this country for urbanization and housing.
Thank you, sir. Next question, Sapna.
So another one we have, I think this is regarding about the liquidity in the sector, and they are asking how financial lenders and investors are focusing their strategies for housing market. Probably they mean, how the banks are looking at lending to the developers.
Sushilji, can you please take this question?
Well, I think banks were a bit concerned immediately after unlocking, and are still concerned. Also because of some changes in the IBC and NCLT, these things, where 10% of the customer or 100 of customer can form a group, and they can ask a kind of, they can be at par with the secured lender. So this is a matter of concern. CREDAI has taken it up, but we could achieve a little. But banks are there. The funding is available. But now, like customers, even the lenders also very carefully selecting the borrower. So funding is not an issue for a good project and for a good developer.
Okay. All right. Our next question, is that, we spoke about a lot of trends, people moving to suburbs, people moving to buy bigger homes, probably in the townships, and even plots, plotted development is, seeing increase in demand. But is this pandemic-induced trend a short-term change in the buyer's demand, or is this going to stay? Rekha.
Pradeep ji, you want to take this question? Pradeep sir?
Yeah, am I audible?
Yes. Yeah, you're audible, sir.
The effect of pandemic is going to be a long term. It has changed our way of, way of life and our habits and the way we are adopted the technology. It's not going to go away once the pandemic ends. I think if you hear the opinion of top-notch CEO of the companies, they are now all cutting down their business travels and all that. So therefore, I think the effect of the COVID will stay, and it will also impact not only many an industry, including real estate. So our designs and the way we are selling and the way we are marketing, all will use technology and all will have the same effect, which currently we are implementing because of the COVID, but it will continue. So I think the effect will be long term. It will be a new normal. The life will not be the same again. Okay, so it's not a short-term change. These changes are here to stay and probably influence our way of living forever now. So as Surekha said, new normal. So this is how we are going to be. One last question I'll take. This is about, the government is looking at boosting the economy and it is looking at boosting the real estate sector. Are there any discussions on Urban Ceiling Act in Bengal for that?
Very controversial question somebody is asking.
Vasanji should answer this.
Vasanji, for you to take surprise.
No, I always have been very vocal about it. Why not? I mean, if the government is saying कि कुछ चीज सस्ता करो, तो मैं बोलता हूँ तुम भी कुछ करो. Correct? तो सबको मिलजुल के करना पड़ेगा ना. We will do a collaborative and collective effort. Why the urban land ceiling? I really don't understand why. The question is why. I would not name. There was this principal secretary whom I met, and I just asked him, sir, why urban land ceiling? वो मेरे को बोलते हैं, why urban land ceiling? I couldn't get him for the first time. I said, what do you mean by sir? बोले, I am also asking why ULC. हमने कहा सर आप ही ऐसा पूछेंगे तो हम लोग क्या करेंगे? तो बोलेंगे, see, the bureaucracy and common people have different way of thinking and the politicians have a different way of thinking. Now, the time has come when we are saying that the things have become affordable. It can only become affordable if the land is cheap or it is reasonably priced. I would amend by saying it is reasonably priced. What is happening now? We are buying, say, X pocket of lands, and we are finding our ways to bypass urban landscape. I mean, let us face it. We should face it, and we should speak. And we are being told you do like this, and you can bypass the urban landscape. Why? We can do. We are a little moderate builder or a big builder or a sizable builder. We have the infrastructure of doing it. How about masses? So we should simplify our policies. We should simplify our acts, and we should also get these acts aligned to the policy of the government, which is very important. Very, very, very important. And I'm not scared of saying that. They must change. They have no option to change. They must change. They have to change.
Nanduji, as a CREDAI body, have any action been taken with, has any discussion started with the government on this ULC matter?
Yes. We have made various representations to the government, and we also, because I for some political reason, they didn't want to repeal the act, so we also gave them a proposal to make it development friendly. By what I mean by that is, if you have excess urban land as defined under the act, put it to use, but do some kind of social housing. So this kind of, to make it more development friendly, we've given this proposal. But going forward, I think this is a law which needs to be repealed totally. I agree with Basanji, and we made, but there's some political reason why it's still stuck on. Reasons I wouldn't know, but then I think if they don't want to repeal it, let them make it development friendly. That land can be developed for sure, but how it is to be developed, they have to define that. That's it. I think it should go for sure.
Thank you, sir.
Dr.
Sapna, over
Nitish?
to you.
Yeah, Dr. Nitish, your quick view on this?
Well, I think, Basanji, as Nanduji has very rightly briefed about that, so I should not comment on that. But I think the Urban Land Ceiling Act has gone evaded from most of the states of India. So why not from Bengal? The ease of doing business is some policies that government is coming forward every time. The ease of doing business for real estate should also be there. People are talking about the online sanctions. People are talking about the architects only signing their plans, and you can get your approvals. The land records are being all scanned and put into documentation forms. There are all kinds of things are happening. So why not ULC? So that will ease out of a lot of troubles that one has to go through, and I think ultimately is going to benefit the end user.
Okay, fantastic. So as long as talks are happening,
I would like to quote, about the sales volume. So today only I was reading Mr. Deepak Parikh's, interview in Times of India today in Kolkata edition. And in his 44 years of meritorious, career, he has never seen this kind of a residential demand. Such a respected person, from the housing industry, saying so. So that's a clear sign that the great times have come, for residential sales, and we are all prepared for it.
that's correct. So, rightly said, yes, we have reached a turning point. Surekha, your last summarization of this
So
entire,
I'll just intervene for a moment.
Yes,
yes.
I am also taking the opportunity of being in this platform and saying that the government must reduce their controls on real estate. The conversion of land, the conversion of different segments of land has to be eased. They should do it. They should not act as a businessman. They should act as a reformer. This is very important. And I leave this to my senior panelists, my friends, to take this forward in the times to come.
That's right. Ease of businesses. Now everyone is asking for that. So Rekha, your last comment and summarization of our panel
So,
today.
last comment, very short, very quickly, Sapna. I think we've done a very long panel. You started before time. We took a lot of time. But the very thing which came out in this discussion is that home is now become a very important place. So roti, kapda, and makan. That was the word that has become very important. It is home is where people are now developing their, the cohesiveness of families are again coming back, and that is why we see this segment as a growth segment. So people are expecting that by end of this year we will get down to a level which will be pre-COVID. A very positive view has come out from here, and what is very importantly is that we have the 4-5 things which each and every developer has to understand to adapt, has to change themselves in the going forward time, is use technology. We have learned to handle the pandemic, as Harshji has said. So please get into the vaccination drive and get in to learn and handle this COVID situation. Get transparency into the system, build trust and credential. That is how I would like to end this session. Key points which has come out in this whole discussion is this is how it is. Of course, ULC is a controversial topic. It has always been. Kerala and West Bengal are 2 states where we have ULC. We've been asking for a lot of action to happen in this end. And let's hope for the best. As Nanduji said, that whichever government comes in, now Bengal will be the benefited person.
Fantastic. So that was a very positive note, and the positive sentiments that we have got from our panel one, and what better start we could have asked for this e-conclave. So thank you all speakers today who have joined us for this session, Mr. Vasant Parekh, Mr. Nandu Belani, Mr. Harshvardhan Patodia for being here, joining this session and taking questions as well. Surekha for wonderfully conducting this session. Dr. Nitesh Gupta, thank you for being here. Mr. Sushil Mohta, thank you so much. Mr. Nandu Belani and Mr. Pradeep Chopra for being here with us for this session and sharing your valuable views. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Bye. Bye, everybody.
So friends, that was one very poetic session that we had. Now let's move on to our next exciting session of the day, which is on the topic of emerging trends, alternative asset classes in limelight. Let me now introduce our panel members. The session is moderated by Siddharth Goyal, Senior Director and Head Research India for Colliers. Siddharth brings over 19 years of experience in the real estate sector in research, transaction management, consulting, and advisory services. A real estate industry veteran, Siddharth has led teams from the front to deliver industry-leading market insights and recommendations to accelerate the success of clients. Mr. Siddharth Goyal, a very warm welcome to you. Let me now introduce our speakers of the session in an alphabetical order. We have with us today Mr. Amit Sarda, partner Simplex Infra Tech Park. He is also the executive committee member of Credai Bengal, and under his leadership, Simplex Infra Tech Park, a part of Simplex Infra Group, is co-developing a tech park in the IT hub of Kolkata. Simplex Infrastructure has been closely associated with the country's infrastructure building with over 2,600 completed projects spanning almost all the gamut of construction industry. I also welcome Mr. Harsh Jain, Managing Director, Arup. Harsh Jain brings a novel and international flavor to all the projects at the company, and he is member of the Executive Committee of Credai Bengal and also heads the East Zone of Credai National Youth Wing. Our next eminent panel member is Mr. Kaustav Roy, Managing Director, Business Solutions, Havells, India. Kaustav Roy brings along with him over 25 years of experience in the real estate. He is responsible for servicing multi-services clients and expanding the company's business across services and geographies. His experience is in advising clients on consulting, transactions, valuations, and project management assignments across India and parts of APAC. Our next eminent panel member, I welcome Mr. Manap Paul, founder of Sri Balaji. Manap Paul, a first-generation entrepreneur, has introduced Sri Balaji Panthanivas in the form of studio apartments and luxury flats with ultra-modern facilities in holiday destinations like Shantiniketan and Dwars, and now in Digha, Puri, and Raichur. Further, a micro-city at Sonarpur with 6,000 units for the masses on the outskirts of Kolkata is soon to be launched. So he has established the brand with a vision to make real estate affordable for middle-class people. Let me welcome our next panel member, Mr. Prateek Jalan, Director, Jalan Builders. Prateek Jalan completed his graduation from Cardiff University in International Business Management and Diploma in Entrepreneurship from London School of Economics. He has developed multiple logistics parks, including Sunkrail Industrial Park, Amta Industrial Park, and with Bagnan Industrial Park, he is giving a new face to warehousing sphere in Eastern India. Our next panel member, I welcome Mr. Sanjeev Mehra, Vice President, Quest Properties India Limited. Mr. Mehra has an intricate knowledge of retail, having built and operated 3 malls. Currently, he is leading the Quest Mall, the luxury retail debut of RPSD Group in Kolkata. He specializes in planning, development, and then operations as an end-to-end solution provider. Our next panel member joining this session is Mr. Varun Bagla, Director, Salty Group. With prior experience of working as a property consultant at JDL Strategies, Queensland, Australia, Mr. Bagla is the second-generation entrepreneur and oversees every aspect of the business. He plans to mark the company's presence in hospitality, residential, and commercial projects across multiple cities. So this is our eminent panel that we have discussing this very topical issue of the times. I hand it over to our moderator of the session, Mr. Siddharth Goel. Please take over the proceedings.
Thank you, Sapna, for that wonderful introduction for all the panelists and myself. A very warm good afternoon to all the audience members who have joined us today, as well as to my esteemed panel. It goes without saying that, all of us, including myself, are really eager to listen to what views and, any kind of data, any kind of experiences that our esteemed panel would like to share. And especially given the fact that, our topic is very interesting one. I mean, looking at what alternative assets, what kind of future they offer, where are the opportunities? Because especially in current times, I think it's the need of the hour, where everyone's looking for new opportunities because markets are flush with a lot of funds. There has been some pain points in various sectors within the real estate sector. But by and large, everyone is looking, everyone is still pretty optimistic that there are opportunities in a market like India. And it's up to us to identify where those opportunities are and how everyone, whether it's a developer, whether it's an investor, an end user, occupiers, anyone who's associated with real estate, how they can make the most of it. So what we will do is actually split up the session into kind of 2 segments. The first segment, we will try and understand what happened in the last year from 2020 to currently, and what we're expecting will happen in the immediate future. And then we will take a little long-term view of what will happen in the next 3 to 5 years. So let me start off first with Kaustav. Kaustav, given your experience and your overview of whatever is happening in markets across India, what do you think especially has been happening in the commercial assets, whether it's commercial office, whether it's commercial IT, and also industrial parks, because these are in our language what we term as occupier services, because largely corporates take up these spaces, whether on lease or whether they buy them out. So how do you think these asset classes have fared in East India and vis-a-vis especially what's happened in India?
Thanks, Siddharth, and thank you all, for inviting me on this session. Is my voice clear?
Yes, it is.
So last year has been a bit of a washout, I would say, as an understatement. I mean, if I look at the corporate office demand, it went down from about 55 million square feet in 2019 to about 30 million square feet. And I mean, this year is not looking too good as well, given the fact that we are in the midst of a second wave. And I've been talking to most corporate clients, and we've been trying to inquire with them as to when are they expecting to come back. And they were actually they were hopeful. This was in February, that by second half they would start to see some activity happening. But now, given whatever happened in the last 1 month, I think that even the second half looks pretty bleak. Now, that's one side of the story. But the other side is the positive side, where you're looking at, say, the logistics side. And the logistics actually has grown tremendously in the last 1 year or so, where I would say that close to about 50 to 60 million square feet of logistics space has actually been delivered, the last 1 year. So there is a lot of action happening on the logistics, and especially on the east, the eastern board of India. Definitely, I think many of you on the panel would have already seen that the fact that the demand from the e-commerce is relentless. And I think that's going to continue. I think the other two things that I see emerging is, of course, data center, but I think a little bit we can discuss it further down the line. But otherwise, tech side, I think tech and corporate office is really a bit of a down. But I see logistics and would be able to take care of some of the bad news. Manufacturing, yes, we are seeing bits and pieces of it. I think Chennai has been able to significantly benefit from that. Some parts of Noida are able to see it, but it still is pretty much a logistics story of 2020.
Sure. So thank you for that. If I may, move on to basically to Sanjeev, because what I would like to do is also bring in the aspects of the other occupier classes, because typically what we've been seeing is that most of the sectors that are being spoken about are logistics, industrial, office, and even housing for that matter. Retail is a sector, and you also have a lot of experience on the hospitality background. What has happened in these asset classes in the last 1 year?
Thank you, and good afternoon, everybody. Of course, our sector is the bloodbath sector. So we have given up, I think, substantial earnings over the last year. Though it was looking good in the last 6 months, I would say till March end, we literally recovered nearly 70% of our sale for over 9 months, over a 9-month period, because the first 2-3 months literally were a washout. This has again put us back. I think, the whole gamut of the footfalls have plunged. Nobody is going to come out. I don't see everything stabilizing until everybody gets the vaccination shot. I think the most important thing is the first 2 vaccination shots. We have failed somewhat in organizing this. And I expect that in the TG of the people who are going to visit malls per se, that TG group, I expect that everybody should be able to get their second shot by September. I expect another 3 to 4 weeks for the people's confidence to come back, that they can come out, etc. So I see a very difficult time for the next 5-6 months. We hope to get everything out and everybody going by October. That's my reading of the situation. I think across India, it's things were looking good, but we have acted irresponsibly, so we have to take that into account. I think the hospitality sector, mainly with food, there are 2 kinds of things. In shopping malls, whenever we look at it, there is the food court section. The food court section is completely linked to cinemas because that TG works in tandem. Restaurant business, we had got back to about 60-70%. It was very, very hopeful, even with all the pandemic rules, social distancing, etc. However, I think that is going to take a battering. As far as hospitality on the hotel side is concerned, personally, I got COVID in Goa. So I hold the hospitality sector personally responsible. But honestly, it has also showcased how badly we are under, our infrastructure is not, for 1.3 billion people, if you want to take a holiday, 55 lakh people turn up in Goa. I don't think, you are, I mean, it's crazy that you have a coastline like ours. I think we can replicate 100 Phukets, but this is the fault which I was watching, and I continue to say that this is where the governments have failed us. And we have to look at things like retail and hospitality in one go. And 1.3 billion people. I mean, all of us are there.
Sorry, Taha, may I please request you to put your Taha Ansari, may I please request you to put yourself on mute?
So I think, we have to employ the kind of people, the next generation, all of them, where are we going to get employment? And I think these are the areas which are going to be the big employers. A shopping mall, I always say that show me one industry which employs 3,500 people. A shopping mall employs, at Quest we employed 3,000 something. When I was running South City is about 5,000 odd people. So show me one factory which does that. So, the more places we create, I'm not going to say that there are going to be shopping malls on every road, but definitely I think these are huge people who are putting in huge money in infrastructure. And I think, the government has to now start thinking very, very seriously where they're going to be able to get employment and get people in jobs, because it's COVID today and it's going to be mouse-COVID something, or something is going to come up which is going to disrupt normal life. I think, we have to be a little bit more responsible how we look at employment.
Sure. So I think, Sanjeev, those are, excellent points that were made by you, because I remember one of the things that Prime Minister Modi mentioned in his early briefings last year is that he would wanted to encourage all Indians to visit domestically to generate more employment. He had made an earnest appeal to all of us, saying that instead of going abroad or doing anything else, the best way to support the economy is for all of us to do domestic tourism. Unfortunately, I think, like you said, we all need to be also responsible. What we've seen is that everyone has ended up either being in, flocking to Goa, or for domestic, for religious pilgrimage to Kumbh Mela. And these are things which have, events which have created even more of the situation that we're finding ourselves today. So hopefully better sense will prevail in all of us. And we will see that the hospitality industry, and especially like you also mentioned about the retail industry, I think that's an excellent point to make, that most of us are not aware of how many more people are employed behind the scenes in a shopping mall. Most of us only see just the security guards and the few people who are serving us at the stores. But there are so many more people who are actually supporting the entire operations of a mall, and how many families are getting impacted. So excellent points made by you. I'd also like to ask Amit basically to make his points about what has been happening on the construction side. Because you've got exposure. I mean, as a company, you're aware of what kind of how the construction for various asset classes has been impacted. And of course, the construction site is a direct generator again of employment and a lot of revenues. There are linkages to various other industries. So, it would be really interesting for us to understand what was the impact, because most of us remember these visuals of workers traveling back to their home places. But we also know that most developers in India were gearing up for the situation. They are trying to make, ensure that such repeats do not take place. But what has been your experience so far?
Good afternoon, everyone. I think if you actually look at the construction site problems, the problem was very different compared to when we compare Western India to Eastern India. Wherever we had a larger labor who were migrant laborers, the situation in that part of the country was very different to the part of the country where you had people working from close localities in the country. In Eastern India, we never had a lot of people who were migrant laborers as such. A lot of labor class emerged from neighboring states or within the state in India. So in Eastern India, I would say Western India or other parts of the country, it was very, very bad. I think last time when we had a lockdown, which was called immediately, and we suddenly had everybody migrating and trying to come back to their native villages. There was a lot of fear of COVID. Everybody wanted, this was a disease which actually spread from the bigger cities to, and the smaller towns were largely insulated out of the disease. And we had a lot of problems of people trying to move out from especially western, northern and southern part of the country. Eastern India, we largely did not have a lot of problem in terms of, I mean, while I would not say that people were not going back home, and those who were going back home were not coming back very early. So that was a problem. But this time now again, especially in Eastern India, as we are also in the midst of an election, so a lot of people are going back home to cast votes. They are finding it very difficult to come back to the sites. After that, everybody's wants to stay back at home and kind of weather the storm, and then they want to come back after a longer time. But as we all see, I mean, labors are very important, and we all know that real estate is the second large or the largest employer beyond after agriculture. So, I mean, we are all aware of that fact. So it is very important for us to get the whole construction going, the whole industry going. And it is not only the labor, it is not only the direct labor that we employ, a lot of indirect employment goes into every industry from real estate. So even if we postpone the construction for a point, for some point, it does have a cascading effect on the other industries also.
So, Amit, just as a follow-up to this, like you mentioned that, okay, East India didn't see the kind of pain points that we saw happening in North and in West India, which is dependent a lot on migrant labor. But what changed in East India? Were there any changes? I mean, either in terms of the methodology of planning, or are there any changes that are taking place in construction techniques, or the focus on certain asset classes? Because, for example, we've seen one of the things that's happening in the rest of India is that office developments, for example, the construction has slowed down. Okay, whereas in markets, especially in cities like Bangalore and Pune or Chennai, which are driven largely by end users, a lot more activity is now happening in residential projects because developers out there are focusing on completions. So have any of these kind of changes taken place, in Eastern India?
Eastern India was not very high on office buildings either ways. So we did not have a lot of supply of office buildings, especially of grade A office buildings. So even the market size is much smaller, if I were to put it, in Eastern India. So what has actually happened is that while residential is booming all across the country, and we are all trying to move into residential spaces with the interest rate, home loan rates of 6.75% is a big trigger when we talk about buying homes. We saw this similar kind of home loans in 2008, and we had a big boom at that point of time. So if you ask me for one of the biggest triggers which has led to home loan to home sales, I would put it as home loans. The rate of home loans, because India is a country where we are looking rentals being pegged for residential being pegged at about 3% of the asset value. And then if you get a home loan at 6.8, probably that is a trigger when the actual user feels that it is wiser to buy a home than to rent a home. Probably I think that is one reason why a lot of people have ended up actually buying homes. In terms of commercials, in terms of buildings, in terms of office space, obviously all across the country, a lot of people have moved from work to work from home. And like Mr. Koster just said, and he summed it up, and a lot of people are not looking at coming back to offices very soon. I mean, earlier it was September. Now I think it might go beyond it may be delayed by 3 months. So obviously the demand for offices and IT was slightly slowed down. In IT, we've seen two kinds of demands. One is the software companies. They've switched over to work from home, but the data processing companies are still trying to come back to office because their clients don't want their data to go to various places. They want their data to be far more secure. So this is also a small change, but in terms of absorption for office, obviously, in terms of change of construction, largely, I think now once we start an office building, like if you were to look at an asset class that we are talking right now, and if I were to actually divide it into two categories, one is IT building and warehousing and industrial parks, if I were to put that in category A, and in category B, we could have the vacation homes, the second homes, or the senior citizen living. So in terms of construction, if we get into category A, as a developer, we need to finish it as fast as possible because these are largely rental models. So these are all models of financial discounting. So before we start a project which is in category A, we have to be very wise in terms of our leasability, and we need to check the market very soon. And once we get into it, you have to finish it. You just can't sit over it midway. because financing the whole thing and the cost of financing would be very high. And even the customer confidence is at an all-time low if your building is not progressing very fast. So today, if we get into any of the A category assets, you must get in and finish it as fast as possible. There's a big change in construction technologies now. Even if you have clients, the clients want to come in, as of yesterday. While the building may be on the ground floor, they want to move in as of yesterday. So we have very little time that the lead time that the clients give us. In terms of category B category assets, we can obviously say that even the developer wants to develop it in phases, get his cash flow, let people come in, let people get a feel of the development. And that is not exactly, except RERA, it is not exactly a timeline driven. It's not really, you're really pressed for time because obviously the locations are slightly further away. You want to make it popular. You want to make it a destination. So I think we can broadly categorize into two parts.
Excellent points, Amit. Thank you very much. Moving on, if I can request Manab, if you can share that you all are very active on the second home markets and vacation homes. How did these fare? What have you seen that's happened in the last 12 months, 15 months actually to us?
Good. First of all, good afternoon, everyone. The second home, how it's fair, it's not like that. I think you should, that to change the question is how it's become more popular.
Okay.
So in my personal experience, I can share in 2020, in last year, just 1 year back, the second home, especially in the eastern part of India, was not so popular, especially to the middle class section. Second home is the word is looks, it seems like it's a product for HIG or HNI sectors. It's not for the mass. It seems like that. But I changed the product. I just prefix one word, that is affordable. So when I able to put that prefix word on second home, it's become a boom. During the first year lockdown, from the month of April to July, we found the largest volume of sales in my category. Because because in eastern part, you can say especially in Calcutta and Bengal, Sri Balaji is the only house we are offering second home in various destinations. And the destinations is not like that. It's just within a city, maybe in Rajarhat, beyond Rajarhat, it's not like that. In all the destinations, are still people, they're dream destinations. Like you can see in Bengal, in Shantiniketan, that is the international famous destination. Then in Doors, in lap of Himalayas. So nobody ever thought of before that in lap of Himalayas, you can have your own home. So second home that in seaside, we can say it's Digha, and then Puri. We're coming up in Bay of Gangas also in Raichur. So we found people, especially middle class people, it's become a very popular product to them. Not only for the COVID situation and all, because in current generation, if we see the young generation, the work from home and these cultures have become very famous. I think it's never going to stop for next 1 or 2 months. So work from home, this culture as is being generated, it's going to stay for a long. So working from home for a person for a year long, it's become very monotonous. If you want to change the taste, so you should have one space that is safe. But you need to have a safe space that is your own home. So you cannot move your home to one place to another. So you have to have your second home. The second home, it's not like that. As I said, the second home within a city, a second flat. It's not like that. It has to be a destination where your mind can feel the relaxation. Plus, you have your own home. So this particular combination, it works a lot. And we found, especially middle class people, they become so interested for the product. Even we found many buyers who never had any planning for buying any real estate product, but they forced to buy because of the product, that utility. It's not become a luxury product. It's become a utility to them. So it's during pandemic, the people understood very well, but it's always, there was a need but there was no product of that kind of, and successfully we are doing so. We are keep on adding the destination. Yeah. Very recently, we have added another destination, that is Mayapur. So we are coming up in Mayapur also. So all these destinations, people have their own choice. Someone is they need to relax within the lap of nature. Someone is saying that people they want some holy place, that is Mayapur in Bengal. So there is various destinations we are offering along with the same facilities and very affordable pricing. So this combination is working very good. People are really eager for a project, and we found now people in our all project, they're saying is how fast we can take it on occupancy. So in some of the project, we are running at least 1 year, 1 year faster. So we are going to in some of our project indoors, we are going to deliver the phase during the lockdown also. Considering the lockdown, we are giving them a 1 year fast before delivery. Within this, about 22, I think 22 June or July was the delivery date. But within 21 December, we are going to give them a delivery. Because, all the products are sold out. People are very enthusiastic to take the position because they need to relax and they need to get out of the city pollutions and very affordable pricing. So this combination has works a lot.
Okay, excellent, Manab. I mean, it's quite heartening to actually see a developer say that someone is actually delivering projects ahead of timeline, because typically that's the biggest complaint that we hear from everyone in the industry. So excellent, congratulations on that. But what I would also like to do ask you is, as a follow up, is that since you emphasize so much on second homes being very popular with a lot of middle class who are actually looking at these locations for also to work from, because that's something also which the central government actually is trying to encourage, is the work from anywhere concept. Are there any specific requirements that your clients, your customers are asking you? So, for example, one of the things that Costa will agree with me, is that one of the concerns that most employers have is that while to encourage employees to work from home is internet connectivity, telecommunications, the infrastructure which can support, which can help you create your office at home so that you can work. So it's work and education also for your children. So how are you all taking care of these things?
Yeah, that's correctly you have pointed this point. So currently we have tied up with a company, I'm not taking the name. So tied up with a company. So in all of our project, they are making an optic fiber network, because this is a really become very important thing. People are going there. They're working not only for the working from home. There is some aged people. They are staying there. There's their son and daughter. They are staying in US, UK. So every time they are coordinating themselves online. So they need to have a good network system. And all the projects, especially in Pankani, but the projects are it's developed like a we say your home in a resort. So all the other facilities, amenities, infrastructure, there is club, there is restaurant, swimming pool, and others. Every free home delivery service, everything is there. But as we make this product in some holiday destinations, so infrastructure-wise, the destinations are already developed. As we say in Digha, as we say in Duvers, Shantiniketan, the infrastructure-wise as destinations are developed. But the thing is, as you say, that's good network system that was not available. That I can say. But in past year, we have tied up with a technology company. They are making an entire complex with optic fiber connection, so that everyone can enjoy the same thing. Because without internet, our life will now become a very dull things. So this is very important thing. We have already taken care of all those things. The rest, every other facilities, amenities is available. People are very happy to enjoy their second home. Another point I just want to mention, that if you see that's comparing to other metro cities, especially in Calcutta, the average age of the resident is little higher, because all the young generation, they are going out for work. Their parents are staying here in Calcutta, so average age of residents are little higher. So that the parents now, they are staying in a city in just a lockdown situation for a year long. It's become very monotonous for them.
Siddharth, I want to mention one thing that,
yes,
data is the new water.
Correct.
See, one must understand that I'm telling you experience of going to Goa after 25 years. The village panchayat has not allowed them to put the
Towers.
the data. What country are we living in here? We talk all this nonsense here. The village panchayat has decided that you are not going to allow somebody to get data, and you want tourism to come here.
Correct.
You must be you can't book a cab. The North Goa will not come to South Goa. Boss, this is a banana republic. I am telling you. I am fed up when I hear all these things about you want to make this. It's absolute nonsense. And data, that's water. You cannot do Arogya Setu, all the Prime Minister wants you to do. You can't log on. You can't transfer money. It's ridiculous. These are to be taken out.
Definitely, you correctly pointed out the problem was there. So why we have been forced to tie up with a technology company. So we are making our own network within the complex, so that all our residents, so they can happily enjoy their stay. So
Excellent.
As we are in the point that these staying in a the resident of Calcutta, their average age is little higher comparing to other metros. So now we found many retired person, they are making their second home to their first home. They're converting the stay for a long. So we found for a month of 3 months, 6 months, people are staying in second home, and they are very comfortable because it's there is no pollution. It's a pollution-free staying, and if you see the COVID situation, the COVID fear and all, so especially on the cities areas. In urban,
I think on this note, I'd just like to bring in Varun because since they specialize a lot on senior living, and they take care of, they have a number of projects. I would also like to bring in him to understand from his perspective, because I think all of us are in agreement that a lot of these homes, especially away from cities, which cater to specific target segments, those projects have been doing well. So Varun, if you can just share from your own experiences, how have you seen these residences move up or the demand move up for these?
Certainly. Firstly, very good evening to all the eminent dignitaries present today. And I must appreciate the previous session which took place because it was certainly very insightful. And I congratulate all the panelists who participated. Now, coming to the question you just posed, right? I think it's a very good thing that we are talking on the alternative asset classes, because the one most important thing that it needs is awareness. What happens is the regular channels which are there for direct real estate, right? It helps give that boost. And in these alternate asset classes, because people are not even aware that what is the actual use and what is the actual purpose and how it actually achieves its objective, it's not, gaining that kind of ground that it should on a mass level, right? Now, obviously, every crisis brings an opportunity. And although unfortunate, health has become a very big factor. And if you see senior living communities, although it was not primarily about health, but mostly about a luxurious and comfortable retirement living, has now become like has taken a second seat, and health has taken the foremost importance. And I think it's not just amongst seniors, but also it has penetrated to their children, because now even the children want the best for their parents. And that is why, senior living in today's day and age, being more than a luxury, is the need of the hour, right? And that is why more and more developers in different parts of the country need to bring that in, because research says that India's medical situation is so pathetic that if we don't create a buffer, senior living is basically a buffer from your normal residence to your medical care, like your extreme hospitals, right? And if we don't have this necessary buffer, on mass level, then obviously the stress is going to be on hospitals. And the situation of the quality of life led by seniors is going to be derogatory. And we need to address this face on instead of shying away from it. See, nobody likes to talk about seniors. Everybody likes to do it from a safe distance. Nobody wants to get into, get their hands dirty in it. And I think that is not the right approach. Until and unless we are wholeheartedly dedicated towards it and really want to bring in the difference, I don't think these alternative asset classes will gain the kind of ground that it should in India. Because the direct real estate is overcrowded, right? And until and unless, obviously, since it's a new asset class and it's bringing in innovation, definitely it's very, it hits the eye and automatically it targets a specific audience. And so it's a very, it realizes value in a very short time. So in that sense, it's a big relief. But ultimately, I believe it needs to be adopted on a mass level. And for that, acceptance and awareness is the two most important things across the board, not just for senior living. And specifically for senior living, I believe that obviously seniors are the most vulnerable, not just because of the COVID, but otherwise as well. And what we also need to factor in is we all will come through a phase similar to what, retirements and retirees and seniors go through. So if we don't act, we are also going to suffer, right? And this is something people, ridicule as old age homes and this and that, but they don't realize that quality of life is equally important to this generation. Because in India, the entire generation, they, sacrificed their entire life, right? Because it was post-independence era, and they only wanted to, bring in the best opportunities for their children. So they never got to live their own life. And I don't think that's fair. They should also receive that fair opportunity. And during our career also, I mean, we're so busy, in our work and everything, we don't get to enjoy life. And I think retirement gives us the necessary time to actually indulge in those activities which we have put on hold for a long period of time, right? And obviously it gives us a window to share our experience, right? And I think that is why it's very important. And I'm very happy that we're discussing this topic. I'm very happy. During COVID and post-pandemic, I think I am very happy that Salty ventured into senior living, and the Golden Mile has become not just a national phenomenon, but it has also become a movement, like an international movement. And I receive mails from different parts of the world wherein they are, with the actual planning of the project itself, they're very much impressed. And all the, the NRI Bengalis specifically, because we're in the state of West Bengal, they cannot wait to come and start living in my community. So I think that kind of, special feeling, that motivates me to go to work on a daily basis and give my utmost best, right? And I think somewhere during the pandemic, we have all realized that, business is not just about making money, but we also need to, sit down and also see that whether we are actually receiving the kind of satisfaction and if we are bringing in the necessary change through our development. We being in real estate industry have the golden opportunity to actually change, bring in the real change. I think we depend a lot on our politicians. And frankly speaking, we need to stop doing that because they are only going to disappoint us. No matter which party comes in, which party does not, they're only going to disappoint us. Until and unless we take matters into our own hands and we bring in the real change, right? I don't think it's going to actually bring in that kind of change that we need on a mass level.
Sure.
Now, also, one more very important thing I would like to bring in over here is India has a research says that India has a demand of more than 50,000 senior living beds as on date. And the supply is only about 4,000 to 5,000. So you can see the deficit. And what majority of the people don't understand from the business side of the thing is they think it's not lucrative. But I want to bring this forth that those senior citizens, right, who have worked hard in their career, who have a good amount of savings, good amount of deposits, they are willing to spend that money if they get what they deserve. They don't want to be duped. So transparency, honesty, right? And if what they want, you're going to provide them, then this is a very lucrative business. And I think there's also another approach wherein people think that, we are milking money out of the vulnerability. Well, I mean, this is a perspective, but I believe it to be a very pessimistic perspective. Because if we keep on thinking like this, their quality of life is going to remain the same. Nobody is going to take the initiative of actually bringing in the change. And I have obviously studied multiple business models, and it is my impression that when you don't charge and when you don't make the necessary profit, right, you lose the incentive. When you lose the incentive, the quality of the service and the quality of what you are providing automatically deteriorates. And when the seniors are not getting that kind of quality, the entire purpose of senior living community is getting defeated. Because they're specifically coming in for that kind of quality. When people have the necessary financial resources, they can make adequate arrangements in their own home. But they don't want to take that hassle. And when
Varun, I think you made some excellent points out here because, it has been our experience is that for most developers pan-India, I mean, I'm not sticking to any particular this thing, but for most developers, especially housing developers, senior citizens is an afterthought. It's just a market segmentation where they look at, because certain units are not getting sold, they then start targeting particular, the senior citizens. But I think you made some very valuable points out here in terms of how the assets, the project should be designed for them. It should cater to their needs. And yes, it's also important to make money in the project, because you have to ensure that these services are delivered. So thank you very much. Those were excellent points. I'd just like to also bring in, Harsh out here. Harsh, the other alternate asset classes, I mean, Kaustov and even Amit Sada did touch on them. But can you get into a little more specifics, because you all have a lot of experience in, warehousing and industrial park projects. What have we seen? Because especially in the East, because there is enough literature saying that, these were basically logistics and industrial parks were the sunshine industry in the last 1 year. But what has your own experience been?
Thank you, Siddharth. Good evening, everyone. As far as 2020 is concerned, see, we have been seeing a consistent surge in demand from last few years in warehousing. As far as 2020 was concerned, when the pandemic started, we had a few. In general, what I experienced is that when the pandemic started, there were a lot of warehousing coming up. Even we were doing some warehousing, and there was a lot of demand. But then there was lockdown, and this whole scenario, and everything was blank. All of us, we didn't know what's going to happen. How it's going to turn around, and what's going to happen after the lockdown and after the pandemic. We never imagined that's going to go so long. We had no clue at that time. So I was also scared that time, and we realized that maybe even this will see a dip in demand, or what's going to happen after the BTS that we were making. However, what we saw is, we all know that there was a big surge in online demand. And although warehousing is not secular to any particular market, but I think there is a little tilt in the demand towards the online industry, towards need of warehousing. So when the lockdown was over and things restarted, I personally, from my experience, see, I was thinking there will be new renegotiations, or there will be some dropouts with the agreements, and we had a big, personally sharing my experience, that we had what we had done compared to what we had done. We were doing one of the biggest single unit warehousing that time, built to suit, and some smaller ones. But due to this surge and due to this online demand and this whole thing, and now the need of warehousing, organized warehousing is consistent. There has been some hiccups, but I think in future this go down and storage spaces is not gonna work. We need to get into organized warehousing, and big companies are looking for that. And things turned around, I think, and in the second half of 2020, we again, started to experience more interest in different players. They were showing interest. They were. I rather feel that we are moving towards a demand of little larger spaces than compared to smaller spaces. We had thought that, okay, but even like not only the multinational companies, the bigger companies, but even the national big players, they are also wanting their supply chain to be leaner. I think it's the hub and spoke model that they're looking at, and they want a centralized system, processing system, where they want bigger spaces, consolidate everything there. So I feel that warehousing demand, there was some hiccup, but I think it's been doing well. It's been a savior for us. It's been doing well. There's a lot of demand, and I think it's going to stay like that in the future. I mean, I see a pandemic or not. I mean, we are seeing the second wave right now. Again, I see a few months, which I think Amit ji stated that it's going to be next 6 months, going to be very difficult. So of course it will be, but I think this is going to stay after this is over. This is for the next 4 or 5 years. I think there should be a good Blackstone. I read somewhere today that Blackstone are looking at a big investment, and many other companies, international players, are looking at big investments, particularly in warehousing. So I feel that this is something which is of the future, and it should work. It should do well, I think.
Excellent. So, just in continuation with that, Pratik, if since you also have a lot of experience in this particular asset class, if you could share, where do you think are the, opportunities? I mean, is it more on warehousing? Is it in industrial parks, or is it in certain particular locations, or catering to particular clients? Whether, for example, is it the e-commerce sector, or is it particularly some kind of type of manufacturing? Where do you think the opportunities are for warehousing and industrial parks? Sorry, Pratik, we can't hear you. No. Sorry, we still can't hear you, Pratik. Still, sorry. Anyone else can hear him?
Pratik, maybe if you can remove
No,
the
cannot hear
earphones.
him. Cannot hear him.
Yeah, Pratik, if you can remove
if
your
you can
mic.
unplug the earphones, then from.
No, Pratik.
Nothing.
I would suggest, Pratik, if you can shut off the Bluetooth.
If you can relocate, then we'll just move on. If you can just rejoin the call again. So we'll just move on till Pratik can relog and we can get back into this thing. If I can possibly bring in Sanjeev again. You had some very interesting points. Okay, sorry, he's on a call. Okay, so Amit, can we get back to you? And if you can share with us that, in terms of the construction sector, what do you think needs to be done further to incentivize the private sector so that we can develop the entire urban infrastructure, whether it's specific projects, whether it's the supporting infrastructure? What needs to be done to by the government to incentivize the private sector further?
I think in India now we've really moved ahead and we've actually come into a way by which the infrastructure has to be built. Today we are building the largest road network at the fastest pace probably in the world. So every day we hear about different records being broken and kilometers being laid in a particular day. So obviously we've evolved hugely from where we were about 8 to 10 years ago. Now I think there are two larger aspects that is needed. One is clearances and along with land. One of the biggest problems that we face is that the project goes forward and then we get stuck because of land midway. So one is land and clearances together, and along with that, what we need is a low cost of capital. As we were to build the infrastructure for the country, everybody, it is not only when the infrastructure is ready that we get low cost of capital or we get pension funds to come and buy those building, but we also need to inject low cost of capital even at the time of making the infrastructure, which will reduce the cost and increase the speed. With low cost, I think it is also availability of capital, which is a challenge at times. So both the things are very, very important.
Excellent. Okay, if I can just request everyone, in in the interest of time, if we can just quickly start off, possibly with Sanjeev. Very quickly in just 2 minutes, if you can tell us what do you think is the future for the retail sector? What can we expect? I mean, is omni-channel retail the way forward? What is it that you think will happen in the next 3 to 5 years?
I mean, we've always said it that we have to embrace what is coming. I think technology is the future. Everyone's going to live through their mobile phone. I don't think that running down, retail is not played in the sphere of one thing. There are three things which retail plays into. You either play into an experience, you play into a convenience, or you play into a price. Now, humans will always want to congregate, meet. I mean, in the end of the day, whatever Zoom calls we do, we cannot have a whiskey with each other and have a drink and enjoy a laugh sitting on a Zoom call. That house party thing, it's all rubbish. In the end of the day, as humans, we need to interact. We want to have a few laughs. Amit would like to kiss a few girls. I would like to hug a few friends, and that's how we meet. I mean, humans, we are a social animal. So I don't think the whole concept of a mall or restaurants are going to go away. However, I think life is going to become a lot more easier for people who want to buy things which are repetitive. You have seen today that your holidays, you don't need travel agents. Now, again, travel agents coming back because people need experiences. So each genre will decide how things move. And in retail, I find that, we are going to evolve at the same manner that, technology is going to expedite this too. So I do see that what the government needs to do is to stop taxing alcohol and petrol. We start, opening up and let people, do not be a speed breaker. Indians, funnily enough, we are all in infrastructure, and Amit will bear me out on this. Every time we build something, we put a speed breaker. So if you come near my house in Nyalapo, at every crossing, I think Mr. Parekh, if he's here, this is really for him. At every juncture where 4 roads meet, they made speed breakers. These are not things which happen globally. There is a global set norms of how you do things. We find some guy who's going to come up with some crazy idea to find a solution, and he puts these stupid things as a solution. I think these are very, very important. They're global standards. We need to follow that. Somebody's already thought these things through. We need to implement that. I think government should get out of the business of business, and the government should be in the business of governing. So I think if we disconnect the two things, I think, the future is going to be bright. Otherwise, we are just going to remain a banana republic and panchayats deciding if you're going to get access to Wi-Fi. That's all.
Sure, thanks. So Pratik, since you're back, welcome back. just quickly, in the interest of time, what do you think is the future for the top opportunities within the industrial and warehousing parks? What can we expect?
Yeah, hi, Siddharth. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Yeah, thank you. Siddharth, I would say that industrial and warehousing sector both have been catching eye since quite some time, especially in the last 2, 3 years when we've had a surge in demands, and we've also had a lot of intent coming in from institutions and HNIs. So, in terms of opportunities, I think warehousing is a market which is already set. So, I mean, it is a growing market, as even Harsh mentioned, that the requirements are becoming bigger because people are consolidating their requirements. The pandemic, the e-com has taken a good surge in requirements. So warehousing is something which is already happening. But I think there's a good opportunity in requirements for industrial as well. If you see the Western Indian market and the North Indian market, you'll actually realize that a lot of people actually build and lease spaces to industries. So what happens is this way, the capital investment, which is one of the biggest investment in any kind of industry, that becomes much flexible for any new startup, any new company would like to start doing manufacturing. And if you see East India is one of the most important markets. I mean, geographically, we are very well located. We have one of the best ports, best connectivities, especially with the eastern countries. If you take China or if you take Southeast Asia, we are very well connected to all the manufacturing cities and manufacturing countries. So apart from warehousing, industrial should also create a lot of traction. It should see a lot of investments in future. Investments would be coming from all kind of investors. I wouldn't classify that only institutional players would be the ones who would be doing investments. They are basically the ones who will actually drive the market, because they will always like to go for bigger developments. They always want to acquire bigger assets, but there are a lot of requirements for smaller spaces, smaller assets as well. That is the area where a lot of HNIs and a lot of local investors are going to play a major role, because the liquidity is required. It's a capital intensive market. You need to buy lands. You have to construct warehouses, and it has a lead time of almost 12 to 15 months. So I think across leasing, industrial and warehousing both have a very bright future. And I mean, after the pandemic, I think it should start taking a good role.
Thanks. Excellent, Prateek. Kaustav, you've been hearing, you and I both have been hearing what everyone's been sharing. If I can just get you to say, what do you think are the two asset classes, these alternate asset classes, which you think have a bright future, considering what we've heard so far and whatever you've been seeing?
Sure.
What is it that you would recommend?
Yeah, mine is response is going to be slightly different. One is data centers. Just a quick,
sure.
In terms of internet users, India has as many internet users as Europe. In terms of data center capacity, we have less than 1/10 of Europe's data center capacity. That's the kind of potential. And clearly, if you see that while a lot of data centers are concentrated in around Mumbai and Chennai because of the undersea cable, there is hinterland capacity as well. In a place like Calcutta, you just have two data center operators, STT and City. Okay, there are a whole bunch of others who can come in. There can be play by operators, there can be play by investors, and there can be play by developers. Data centers clearly something, and we ourselves started out our data center practice with Neeraj Hending, and because we see that as a potential. Clearly, that is where the future. And if I take a lot of what you all have talked about, that data is the water. Frankly, you need to know where the water is going to come from. Okay, clean water. Okay, that's one. The second part, and which was also topical today because Robert Pickers has picked up some stake from HDFC on one of the student housing. Okay, student housing is the next thing which I think is going to develop on a pan-India basis. Okay, and there is a lot of investments happening in that, and there's activity in that. Yes, the people are still to be able to crack the operational side of it, but there's enough interest on student housing to see that there is going to be some action. And clearly today, given what we are going through now, people are definitely going to be making sure that they have their children going to safe, secure environments. So these are broadly the two things which I think we should see potential happening. And frankly, in West Bengal, where with so much of education and cultural background, I think student housing would definitely be there. These are the two things. Data center, student housing, I think is what I would go for.
Thank you, Kaustubh. I think that those were excellent points because these are two asset classes. I mean, that's what I think most of our audience would be expecting us to also highlight where the future opportunities are. And you know, these are topics which I think there is now enough literature available within India. You know, all consulting companies like yourself, you know, Havells as well as Colliers are focusing on these. So there is literature available. And like we rightly pointed out, you know, these are the future, the asset classes that a lot of internationally, a lot of investors are also looking at. And India does have the right mix. Yes,
I would also like to add co-working spaces. I think from core commercial, I think post-pandemic, we are going to shift to co-working spaces more. I mean, there's going to be more in co-working spaces than in core commercial.
No, Varun, I think an excellent point made. You know, I had asked Kaustubh for 2, so that's why he didn't give 3. But I'm glad that you added that. Again, a very relevant point. Co-working or flexible workspaces, as they're now also being called, do hold a huge potential. In fact, we ourselves have been saying that a lot of the corporate clients are looking at taking up flexible workspaces, leasing in that for this year and possibly for the next, until they're sure that the situation has normalized. They won't be forced into any more lockdowns. They can then plan for further growth. Now, whether it's a hub and spoke model, whether it's decentralization, decongestion, whatever the terms that you like to use, but before they actually take up leases on, you know, the 3 to 6-9 years leases that they take up, most of them will probably focus more on getting their employees into flexible workspaces. So that is a very relevant point that you made. I'd just quickly like to summarize.
Also, with regards to hospitality and retail, I would just like to add one thing. I think these would turn more into experience centers. Something which cannot be, given to end users while they are at their own residences. It needs to have that push that you will only get this if you come to, our retail malls, if you come to our food outlets. And I think those things are also very important. They're going to convert to experience centers.
I agree. So I think that was the point that Sanjeev was also making, is that so this will also be included as part of a synopsis of, a wrap up of summarization of whatever we've discussed, is that Sanjeev actually had pointed this out and saying that all of us, whichever asset classes it is, whichever business it is, we do need to embrace technology as the way forward. And, like you pointed out and what he had said before, experiences will count more. I mean, business will happen whether you do online shopping or whether you walk into a store or whether you order online and then walk into a store to collect. So you have omni-channel retailing. But I think what will be the most important thing is, I think we're all in agreement, is that experiences. Because that's something that even Manav was pointing out, that even when you're looking at whether you call them second homes, whether you call them vacation homes, but the fact is that all of these are also, they are focused on experiences, and that's why they need to be designed in that particular way. So, in terms of other things that we covered is that whilst office and retail were recovering last year after the lockdown, until February, they had started seeing traction. It's unfortunate, but the second wave has now put a damper on all activity. And we are back to waiting for the next 3 to 6 months before activities will pick up. And of course, this will be dependent largely on how the vaccination rollout takes place. And hopefully that, we won't see any more big waves coming in, which will force all of us to put down our activities. The important thing was also is that, East India, because of the nature of the activities and the environment, did not see the kind of migration that we saw in other parts of the country. And that's why it has been relatively secluded and protected from any kind of delays or, the fresh pain points that the construction sector has seen. One important thing that was also highlighted is that category A assets, which includes basically IT parks, industrial parks, the kind of offices that are built, these need to be completed quickly because these operate on a rental model. So the entire model has been developed before. So that's, and a lot of them are driven by the occupier needs. So that is why these asset classes typically assume importance, and they need to be finished much faster than other asset classes, which are basically different types of housing models. The second homes are also becoming very popular, especially with the middle class, and they are moving away from just distant suburbs or semi-urban locations near larger cities like Kolkata to actually destinations which are holiday destinations, where people are looking at not just staying there or not just visiting, but actually staying. And now, thanks to the work from anywhere concept, that this is becoming possible. But like Manav pointed out, that these are not becoming just second homes, are probably first homes for a lot of people. There has been a huge mismatch between demand and supply for senior citizens. The supply is woefully inadequate, and if there is a focus that is given on this particular asset class, there is a good scope for business as well as to make profits. One of the things that we have seen is that warehousing, of course, has been, especially in the eastern markets, has been seeing demand. And I think this is largely because of the fact that the rollout of the GST and other incentives that the government provided, that warehousing had been seeing consistent demand. But the year 2020 proved to be a watershed, where because of the demand that came in on online shopping and e-commerce, that boosted demand further. And the way the sector changed is that instead of looking at just smaller spaces, occupiers are now demanding larger spaces. So it's no longer just build small, but it's also build big and build quality, because most of these occupiers need a lot more facilities that go with them. In terms of infrastructure boosting and to sustain the entire real estate sector, land and clearances need to be provided faster at lower cost of capital. Hopefully, the lower cost of capital regime that we are seeing will extend for some more time. And this will help to boost our infrastructure, because the government of India is also very committed to that. Finally, one of the things that we've seen is that HNI clients also in the industrial warehousing sector is that it's not just institutional investors who will drive demand or drive investments in especially Eastern India, but there is a lot of opportunity for HNI clients and even corporate clients, domestic corporate clients within the Eastern India's markets, because typically institutional investors are looking at very large assets, and that's true especially for other parts of the country. So at least in Eastern India, we can see that there will be plenty of opportunity for HNI clients. And finally, costs of shared, that two sectors which could look pretty attractive for investors and even for developers alike is data centers and student housing. These are two asset classes that could be looked at as alternative asset classes. Varun did mention flexible workspaces, but we'll take that as part of the existing ecosystem that is there for office assets, whether you talk of IT parks or whether you talk of anything else. So flexible workspaces will probably become a subset of that. But data centers and student housing are asset classes that everyone could look forward to. So that, in a sense, wraps up whatever we've discussed so far. I'll just hand it over back to Sapna to see if there are any audience questions that we need to take at the moment.
Yes, I think you summarized it very well, Siddharth. The entire takeaway from this discussion, everyone spoke about their segment they are working on. Amit Sarda about IT Park now, how most of the occupiers would like to have a well-structured IT parks for their occupancies, for their businesses. Mr. Sanjeev Mehra about the retail, how retail is changing, and it is it's not going anywhere. It's right there, and as soon as we are able to get out of their home, first thing we are doing is hitting the shopping malls. So Manav Paul again is talking about vacation homes, and now it's not only the HNIs or the rich, it is even the middle class and the lower income groups are also looking at investing or for their end use. And Pratik and Harsh, they spoke about warehousing, and Varun, you spoke about senior living. It is becoming one big chunk of real estate developers' portfolio, in fact, in a lot of parts of India. Pratik, I have one question for you, which has come about warehousing, is that while we are talking about, yes, warehousing is, is on a growth trajectory, what is the challenges, if you can mention top 2 challenges for warehousing sector that you see?
Yes, Sapna. So actually, warehousing has really changed in the last 2 years. It's really evolved as a very organized market now. So the biggest challenge now is to plan the correct layouts with the correct specification, which has become the most important part of it. Earlier, the market used
Okay, I think we have some network issue there. Harsh, you would like to take it from there?
Yeah, I think Pradeep got interrupted in between, but one of the biggest challenges that I feel is that, see, as I said, that the warehousing demand is a little bit tilted towards the online industry, the big companies. Now it's getting very, very competitive. I think how those are going to survive who are going to be more competitive in pricing as well as speed of delivery. This is what I think. Now, to achieve that, it has to be more technologically driven. And I feel that the future is about robotic, management of the warehouses. It has to be, the processes has to be more streamlined. I feel the loading, unloading time, the delivery process, this has to be all very highly technologically driven. And I feel those who can, understand this kind of a need and take the plunge into that kind of development in future warehousing with adapting to such technological need, I think though they are going to reap benefits because there's going to be a big surge in warehousing demand. This is for sure.
Okay. Pratik, technology, Harsh mentioned that technology is one of the big challenges that warehousing will have to adopt. Your one quick challenge that you see warehousing facing? I think we have again lost, but as cost of, yeah, Pratik, you're back with us. Okay, internet is playing.
He's having some problems here.
We are talking of technology, and so here we are.
Is it audible?
Yes. Short and crisp, if you can.
Okay, so so technology is absolutely one of the challenges that I was trying to mention. So
I think the panchayat that he's under needs to be revisited.
Okay, so we are facing technical challenges here, but as Kaustav, the Havells report says that demand for warehousing is going to remain strong in 2021, and I believe all these other asset classes are going to become one big part of most developers' portfolio. So thank you so much, everyone, for sharing your views and sharing your experiences in your own segments. Probably we'll take all these questions offline. We will also be featuring this discussion in our magazine. So thank you so much for being here with us and sharing your views and being part of this session. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone. Pleasure.
Thanks so much. Thanks so much.
So, well, that was one wonderful conversation. And in fact, we covered a lot of segments of Indian real estate in that 1 hour of session. And in fact, we could have gone on and on talking about the emerging asset classes. But yes, we will do so probably in another next session soon. But let's move on to our very equally exciting topic of the day, which is changing sales patterns, new ways of realty transactions. So let me introduce our panel members for this session. The moderator of this session is Mr. Rishi Nair, Director Transactions, Head East Cushman and Wakefield India Private Limited. Rishi Nair has an experience of more than 15 years in the commercial real estate market across India, and his expertise lies in planning and execution of retail malls and delivering transactions in Tier 2 and Tier 3 markets of North and East India. His focus is also on land and industrial development and commercial office brokerage in East India, covering the Tier 2 markets. Mr. Rishi Nair, a very warm welcome to you. Let me now invite our expert panel in an alphabetical order. We have with us eminent speaker Apurva Salapuria, Managing Director, Salapuria Group. Mr. Salarpuria has been part of the Salarpuria Group since 2005 and he's a qualified chartered accountant. He is the Vice President of Credai Bengal and past President of the Entrepreneurs Organization Kolkata chapter. Mr. Salarpuria, a very warm welcome to you. Our next eminent speaker, I introduce Mr. R.S. Sumant, Managing Director, Eden Realty Group. R.S. Sumant joined Eden Realty Group as its Managing Director in 2013. And under his leadership, the Eden Group has ventured into building sustainable, affordable living homes through Solaris projects, delivered one of its kind refugee rehabilitation project, and which rehabilitated 800 refugee families. And the company has also launched few joint venture projects under the leadership of R.S. Sumant. So, Mr. R.S. Sumant, a very warm welcome to this session. Next eminent panelist, I introduce Nakul Himatsingka, Managing Director, Ideal Group. Mr. Himatsingka joined the family business in 1998 and over the years has helped the group successfully diversify into different business areas: real estate, logistics, alloy and minerals, trading and equipment rentals, and fitness. He's the executive committee member of Credai Bengal and has also been inducted into the Eta Gamma Sigma National Business Honor Society. Let me introduce our next panel member, Mr. Siddharth Pansari, Managing Director, Primark Group. Mr. Pansari, an alumni of Harvard Business School, is a seasoned entrepreneur with careers spanning over 15 years. A fervent angel investor, Mr. Pansari guides early stage investments and offers support and mentorship to startups. He's part of several startup forums and was the president of Calcutta Angels in 2016 to 17. Our next eminent panel member is Suhail Saraf, Managing Director, Sugam Homes. Suhail is a master's in science, civil engineering, construction management from the University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign. He's building upon the company's 33 years legacy with 25 completed projects and is currently developing more than 11 million square feet. Our next and final member for this session is Mr. Yashasvi Shroff, Executive Director, Alco Realty. Yashasvi Shroff, after a 2-year stint at Ernst & Young, joined Alco Realty and represents a strong foundation of ambition, excellence, growth, and consistency in the rapidly evolving and demanding Indian real estate industry. So here we have our panel of eminent speakers. I now hand it over to our moderator to please take over the proceedings.
Thank you, Sapna. Thank you. It was a wonderful introduction for everyone. So I think we should, without wasting any further time on, introductions, as I am, it's a pleasure to be moderating this event with the set of esteemed panelists who actually are the industry veterans and need no further introductions. So, guys, see, today we are going through very challenging times, and the only thing that keeps us going in these times is adapting to the change and newer technology that helps our day-to-day activities and our business needs. So this brings us to our today's topic of discussion: changing sales pattern, new ways of realty transaction. And I would like to start with our first question of the day. So we are increasingly witnessing deployment of technology in various businesses areas within real estate. Can you talk us through technology usage in your companies and what impact it's having on your business? So I would like Mr. Himatsingka to take up this question for us and lead the discussion.
So when we are talking about digital marketing and the new technologies that have come in place, I think the single largest push to this entire venture has been COVID. I think over the last 1.5 years, everybody has realized the values of digital spaces and different technologies. Earlier, a year and a half ago, it was almost impossible to try and sell an apartment online without having a client visit it. While everybody had e-brochures, those were basically collaterals that they took home to show their families, but then every transaction used to be face-to-face. Now, with COVID, it was a very, very intriguing scenario wherein companies had to figure out how to sell these products online. And I think over the last 1 year, a large amount of the clients have understood and are able to get value out of this. Smaller technologies like AI, chatbots, those have also helped in being able to get the communication across over digital channels without having a person in our office continuously coordinating with it in person. I think, and honestly, I do believe that the way it has proceeded in the last 1 year, I think these mediums are there to stay even in post-COVID times. I don't think we will move back to having to speak with each and every client in person every time going forward either.
I totally agree with you and very well said. So this, I think, would take us to our next question. See, the real estate sector is functioning against the backdrop of COVID-19 pandemic. Now there is a resurgence of infection, which you all are aware of. I'm sure your sales and marketing teams are really putting in a lot of effort to secure leads and convert them. So what I and the other people attending this session would want to know from you is, how are your teams going about generating leads? Are there specific AI based assistants, and if yes, how has the experience been and how are the results? I would like Mr. Saraf to if he would help us in answering this for everyone. So
Suhail,
you're
you're
on
muted.
muted.
Yes, I'm audible. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we are seeing that in times of COVID, people are spending more time at home and more time online actually, as people are working from home, etc. And we've seen a huge resurgence of e-commerce. So similarly, we'll have to think from that perspective and shape our businesses so that we use digital tools such as VR, AR products for virtual exploration of our projects. These tools are going to become more and more important, and the developer will have to take their entire marketing online and showcase all their products through virtual tools. Buyers are spending more time online and they're exploring their properties online, and so the marketing experience is completely shifting online. Even for the marketing teams, lead generation is all happening through digital means, and traditional channels such as newspaper advertisements and hoardings are now becoming almost obsolete, and most of the leads that are generated are through online channels. So the sales and marketing team, that what we are doing is, most of our sales are happening through online channels, and most of the leads that are generated are happening through digital means.
So I would like to, sorry if I am interrupting. You want to add something to it, Sohail?
No, I think we're good.
So I would like to further take this question to Mr. Salarpuria and would like to understand whether, are there any actual AI technologies have been used in the Satwa group to enhance the, or to support the sales and marketing teams? And are there any results that we can see from them?
See, again, like Sohail has covered earlier also, the one thing which has happened is that things have moved online as far as the marketing piece are concerned, disproportionately due to COVID. Which means that we, for the first time, have started aggregating data which we can use for AI.
Okay.
Having said that, I think the industry in general, and we are not entirely different, has been slightly lagging in adoption of technology beyond basic digital marketing, etc. So of course the bots are one form of AI which has been used, and we've seen that it's been a successful mode. It gives us one of the lowest costs of lead, as when we look at our entire stack of leads. And beyond that, we are working with a bunch of startups to try and experiment with various forms of AI and various forms of intelligence. Now that we have data for the first time collected over the last 2-3 years, more and more of the marketing happening digitally. But I think it's early days. I think we'll see a lot more deployment of AI in the next few quarters or next few years, and hoping that we'll be able to make better use of AI.
I completely agree with you because we are yet to develop our own AI, technologies to do the marketing, and we are still relying heavily on the portals that are already existing in the system. That takes me to my third question. These days, a majority of home buyers do their initial research through portals such as Magic Bricks, 99 Acres, housing.com, Common Floor, Makan, etc. See, they are at home. They have more time on their hands and they don't necessarily need to go for a physical site inspection. That is the benefit of these portals. So this was a trend even before COVID. Okay, so this was a trend which we used to see even before COVID. A lot of people sitting with families or couples sitting together surfing through all Magic Bricks or Common Floor just to find the right apartment or to find the right property. So you know so now how are the developers facing competition from online service providers? Do you feel it's more of a partnership rather than competition, given that many developers market their projects on these portals? So this is a question which I would want Mr. Shroff to take it for us.
Thank you for the question, Rishi, and good evening to everyone. Traditionally, we had offline channel partners before the online portals such as 99 Acres, housing.com came into force. Now, since these online portals have come into force, we are seeing them more as enablers and as online channel partners, which are helping us grow our sales even further. So I don't see them as a threat or as a competition, but instead it's a win-win situation for the developers and the end consumers at large. For developers, they have a common online platform to showcase their products and to showcase it to the clients with all the product descriptions and what solutions they are bringing on the table. And for the customers, it's a one-stop shop where in the challenging pandemic times, it's very difficult for the customers to go to various site locations physically. They can just go online to any of these portals, enter their requirements with respect to their budgets, locations, etc., and get a filtered view regarding what projects suit their requirements. And then they can analyze those on the basis of that and thereby make a more informed decision. So I do believe that we are more partners in this and it's a win-win situation for everyone concerned. Furthermore, as Apoorvaya said in the previous question, that because of these online digital marketing tools, we are also able to gather more data as to what exactly is interesting the market segment, what products are appealing to the customers, and accordingly, we can fine-tune our online marketing strategies to ensure that we are at the right place at the right time with the most effective cost.
So, which leads me to further deliberate on that. So, how much traction is coming from these sites, especially since the outbreak of the pandemic? Is there more demand for specific projects? Do you see affordable or mid-segment doing well? What is it that in nutshell, what comes out of these online portals to you as a developer? So I would be happy if you can continue, and would want Mr. Pansari to add to it then.
Sure. So even before the pandemic hit us, we were seeing some sort of traction from these online portals coming into our system, leads pouring into the system. But that has further been accelerated due to the pandemic situation. And there has been increased number of leads now coming, not just from these online portals, but from other social media platforms such as Facebook, YouTube, Google Ads, and all of these platforms as well. There has been an increase in demand in the real estate segment over the last few quarters, as has been visibly seen, because families are spending much more time in their homes. So the value perception of a house has increased, and kids are not going to school anymore; they're attending school online. Most of the workforce is also being shifted to the work from home culture. So all of this has increased the value perception and the requirement of a house. So definitely across all segments, not just affordable. We function from affordable segment to the ultra luxury segment. And we've seen an upswing in the demand in all the three segments of the market.
So, Siddharthji, is
Sure,
it
sure.
the same for
Yeah,
you
it's
as well?
largely the same. And I think Yashasvi has very well put everything together. The only great thing, that about these online portals is there's no monopoly, So as developers, we are much happy that, that there is a Magic Bricks, there is a 99 acres, there are these online 4-5 portals. Then even on the social media side, there is a Facebook, there is a Google GDN. So, you're now not monopolized. So your cost of lead and overall the cost of generating multiple leads is not on a much higher side. So that's something great. In terms of demand, I personally feel, a lot of times actually there are short-term needs and the long-term needs. Over the last few years, what we've seen, the short-term needs got more preference from a customer, whether it was a holiday or a car or something, they were more up to buying that. This pandemic, people, because of them staying at home, restricted travel, people did save money. And I think the preference went to more of a long-term goal. Also, the need for space has really increased, because it's actually not only work from home, it is work from home, it is study from home. And, each person in the house needs a separate space for himself, whether it's work from home or study from home. We've not seen any particular demand rise in any particular kind of home. I think there is a buyer at every category today. So whether it was luxury, whether it was semi-luxury, whether it was affordable or middle income housing, we've seen a unified increase of demand across sectors. And I believe it is here to stay. It is not here to go. It is here to stay because there's a change in the thinking of the people in terms of the need for their house.
Totally agree with you. So one thing which I completely agree with your point is this is going to stay, and we need to adapt to the technology and to the changes that are coming to our lives, and the way we have to deal with it. So taking this further, so this brings me to a very important question, that relationship plays a very crucial role, in at least in these critical times. So what kind of customized services are you providing to take that extra step to provide superior customer experience, which can help your marketing team as well as the buyer to close the transaction smoothly, which is more of a virtual thing than a physical help?
Am I supposed to answer this, Rishi?
Yeah, please continue. So,
So, see, there is one of the trends that we've noticed, not only particular now, but over the last couple of years, is one, there is an increased preference or an increase towards once the building, is getting ready, once the basement is done, once you're reaching the plinth, you get more velocity when, people see the superstructure is up. So there is a moving trend more towards completed, or, when buildings are at an advanced stage of construction rather than on day one when you're just launching the project. So that is one change in that. On your other question is there is limited that we can offer. We can only act as an aggregator in getting them the best home loan deals, trying to enable their PMI benefit subsidy going to them. And largely our focus has always been to, the first and we deliver on time. That is where all our energies goes. But to enable them take the right decision is, there's a lot of times in customers not understanding what we are building or the facilities that we are providing, when what we are actually doing. So, the AR, the VR, the films and everything. So our job, what we largely trying to do, we take, more the journey of a customer more as a counselor in telling, this is what we are building, this is what we have, and let him decide what works for him, what does not work for him. Our focus is just to deliver on time and clearly explain to the customer what we are offering so that there is no communication gap. Then it is eventually for the customer to see what fits him, what does not fit him. And once he's made up that decision on how we can handhold and make that enabling process, onboarding process better, whether it is home loans, whether it is his first payment, whether it is the agreements, that is we try to do whatever best we can in trying to get that the customer benefits the most.
Great. So, Suman, I would come to you. So do you think, is there anything which you want to add to this, where, anything customized for your customers, an experience that you want to provide to them, or you have defined an experience for your customers in for such critical times that they do feel the support and the help that they think they should be getting from a developer when they are investing so much money, either their life savings or whatever. It's a huge amount for first time home buyer or a second time home buyer, so they look for that comfort from the developer. So is there anything that you guys have also come up with as a solution to be provided to these home buyers?
Hi Rishi. You see, we live in interesting times. If you see that with this pandemic, what we have seen is we have seen people moving towards digital transactions more. If say this pandemic was there 3 or 4 years before, then we might not have had this kind of digital reach or digital penetration in the Indian masses that we could have catered to our customers or we could have helped them with a better customer experience. Today, what we can do is with the adoption of many digital tools, with the increased use of smartphones, there are many ways whereby we can reach our customers effectively. As we discussed about, the others also told about chatbots, AI. There's a lot of automation that's happening. We have WhatsApp integration that's there. So, and now earlier, if somebody had to go through or understand about the project, now what we can do is we can immediately send them our brochures, our videos, our videos through WhatsApp. We can send them location of our site through WhatsApp. So it's very easier, very convenient for them to reach our site. We can arrange pickup and drop facilities there. With digital tools, with penetration increasing in, and with telephony solutions also becoming more accessible, what we can do is we can have our customers, executives working from home. So now we have a bigger span of time. Like if normally say a working hour is say 9 to 6, now we can have people working from 8 in the morning to say 8 in the evening in multiple shifts. So if there's somebody who would still want to go to a site or would want to visit, they can call in later also. So we have tried to use these technologies and to for the pre-sales period, so that we are able to answer their queries, help them get a better experience during this pandemic, and help them understand the project better. And if you talk about projects, what kind of facilities we provide, we understand that if you especially talk about the affordable and the mid-middle segment flats and housing, one of the major issues is that we like to provide amenities, but when we provide amenities, we know there is a cost attached to that. So we like to ensure that whatever we bring in, it's all sustainable. And whatever features that we provide, we try and ensure that they are sustainable in nature, and they're easier to use, they're easier to maintain, because for that particular segment, those features, although the maintenance of those features is very crucial. So we have tried to manage such things, and we have tried to bring in the use of the adoption of the digital technology in both the pre-sales and the post-sales part to help them make their decision easier.
Great. Thank you so much. So, so we've addressed technology, we've addressed, how we can provide a better customer experience through this technology. So this takes me to a different question today, which says that, post-COVID, we see that trend of smart building technology is gaining pace to ensure workforce health, safety, convenience. Normally, we see those smart HVACs, elevators, lights in office building. Do you feel going ahead, smart building systems will feature in residential buildings as well? Is there higher demand for these features from home buyers? These are two separate questions. So, I would want anyone here, whoever wants to take it. Nakulji, you want to take it? Will be great.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Rishi. So while the smart offices has caught on purely because the MNCs and the larger IT companies have the bandwidth to use it, we find that the actual penetration of smart technologies within residential spaces has not really come into the Kolkata market as such. everybody assumes that just having a lease line in the complex makes the housing complex smart. I don't think that is what it is truly. The IoT of things of home appliances and all are very nascent in our country yet. We do see some ads of some air conditions which can be run from Amazon Siri or something like that. But I don't think it is moved in that well. I think the only technology that we still have, which is penetrated, is possibly a building maintenance services app, which allows you to possibly ensure that the people who are coming to your house are properly logged in while entering the complex and leaving it, and also for club booking services. But to be able to tell you that I have seen any significant movement vis-a-vis making the houses more intelligent, as of now, it is not so. I hear a lot about it, I read a lot about it, but I don't think we do a lot about it unless there obviously are certain clients who are very passionate about this and do it for themselves. But as builders, I don't think we are really being able to sell this as a differentiator as of now.
So, if we as builders are not focusing on it and the end users, then definitely this can be a factor which is related to the cost, if I would say, which might significantly increase the cost.
Rishi, can I jump in here? Rishi, what we've seen largely, like Nakul mentioned, they're large corporate clients, so they know what they really want. So a company like Infosys, if they're taking space, or even a smaller company today, which is taking, they know what their corporate standards are and what they really want and they don't want.
I agree. Yeah.
So I have 3 pointers here. One, though, these individual flat owners, number one, they don't really know what they want and they don't want. So if you end up providing too much, they don't value that benefit, number one, because they might not be able to use it. Number two, technology is very fast evolving. So what you plan today and you propose to give today might not even be relevant after 4 years, because it has changed very fast. Number three, there is no real value creation for anybody today to provide it at a centralized level for 500 flat owners or 700 flat owners, because it's easily available. Your IoT of things, it's now through your mobile device only. Might be you don't need a separate Alexa or something. So it's much easier done at that flat level, where the individual can decide whether he wants to pay spend 50 rupees on it or 100 rupees on it and get it done at his. Somebody wants a curtain automation, somebody is so it really, because the diversity in a complex is so much, until unless you're doing a smaller 25 flat high-end apartments or something, where you have some same segment or some subset of buyers, where the customers are so diverse, and you plan today, you spend 150 rupees, and might be you promise that, and you are today answerable under RERA, HERA, multiple acts, where 5 years down the line the technology itself is obsolete, but you have to provide it because you had committed it.
Yeah.
So these are multiple factors, going into what you would want to do or don't want to do.
So we can sum it up by saying that these kind of features are more feasible if we talk about an ultra luxury apartment, a single building, which is a premium building with the same set of mindset with the customers, and that can still be incorporated in that, and not in larger complexes, say about 200, 300 flats.
I would say again to limited use, because if you go very, very high end, each customer will have his own level of customization and need. And I think
they are some
Yashasvi can elaborate better on that.
Yeah. I was
to
about to reach there. So, Mr. Shroff, see, it's a very basic thing now. HVACs are being upgraded to reduce the energy consumption. So all those things are happening, and these are happening in IT buildings. So one very, especially in these COVID times, what I saw was a touchless elevator, where you don't have to touch the elevator at all or any buttons at all. So it's a smart technology. You just scan the code, you'll have the floor numbers on your mobile, and you just press the button and it will take you to that floor. Do you think something like this can be incorporated in our premium residential projects? Do you think this adds value to it? And is there a demand for it? Are people coming to ask for these kind of amenities?
So I would divide the smarter technology and automations into two parts. One is with regard to the particular unit or the interiors of the flat, where a high level of customization, as some of the other panelists were saying, is there. So it becomes endless for us as developers to standardize
I
them
agree.
and offer them. So that ultimately, when the client brings on their interior designers in consultation with them and based on their requirements, they go ahead with the necessary automations or any smart technologies that they would want to incorporate inside their own apartment. The second part to it is the common building infrastructure, where we can talk about the elevators or chillers. Chillers are not really necessarily used in residential complexes, but the domestic pumps, elevators, and all of these other common building services. So that, I believe, not just in the premium segment, but across all the segments, we are taking some steps to automate those facilities with an objective that ultimately it becomes more convenient for the usage of the common building owners, as well as it leads to recurring cost savings as part of camp charges to the owner. So a small example, all of us have domestic tanks in our buildings, water tanks. We are putting in small water sensors and water meters, which hardly carries any costs on part of the developer side. But those are automated and linked with our domestic pumps in such a manner that pumps are utilized only as and when required, and it's not running throughout 24/7. So that would, of course, reduce the consumption of the pumps, lead to higher shelf life, and of course, reduce the recurring cost as well. But yes, if I talk about the premium segment specifically, there is definitely a demand for automation and smarter building technologies, which the clients are preferring on their own.
Okay. So, very fairly, very well answered. We covered it up from the individual point of view. As a home buyer, how much money does he want to invest for his own home in terms of the technology for his interiors and his automation of his white goods and energy consumption, vis-a-vis a builder investing money in the technology as the building infrastructure, which might not be appreciated by the end user, but it's still gaining some traction with a certain section of home buyers in the premium section and the luxury section. So another question, again, it's more of a technology based thing that has come up. So 3D imaging, virtual walkthrough, drone technology, it's gaining pace in the real estate market. So this is all for a better customer experience and safety. So how are these technologies shaping up in the Calcutta market? If Sumant, if you can help us with that.
We were already seeing many such implementations since the last decade itself. But I would still say that if you look at the Bombay, Delhi market, the other places, then we had more such service providers than what we have in Calcutta. But in last few years, we have seen many providers come up, and those providers from here working in those Bombay, Delhi, and other areas where this was more prevalent. So I see here in the Kolkata market also, we have started seeing some new players and some older players who have gained much more experience. In terms of quality, I would say that it is almost at par with the rest of India. But if you talk about creativity, that depends the kind of project that you have. We believe it's a very integral part of project, especially if you look at the under construction projects, because be it this pandemic or not, if you have to sell an under construction project, you are actually selling a dream. You have to make the customer believe or understand what is it that they're going to actually get. Because after location, once a customer has zeroed in on a location, the next most important thing to him is his flat and the kind of amenities and the kind of township he is taking his flat in. And there's no better way to make him understand than giving him giving him those artistic images of his flat, the kind of furniture layout he can have, the kind of ambience he will have in the project, what amenities we are bringing in, what will be the standard of the amenities that he will get. So yes, these are actually very essential part of any housing project, especially if, again, it's an under construction project, or if it's a large scale project. If it's a standalone building, probably, there are not that many amenities, and you can just have an isometric view and elevation, and you can still be good to go. But the moment you talk about an integrated township or any project which has 2 or more towers where you are bringing in a lot of amenities, you would want to use these technologies. And Kolkata market has improved. I would say not so in the early part of the last decade, but I would say in the later part of the decade, we have had many good players coming in, and we also have national players. So like we still use housing and other guys, people from Delhi. We coordinate with them and we work here. So Kolkata market also has good guys, but we just don't rely on them. We use pan India players as well.
Okay. So anyone, Mr. Slapria, have you actually created a virtual walkthrough for any of your projects for your customers, wherein you can give them the kind of experience that they will actually be?
So, Rishi,
yeah.
So I'll give a specific example. One of the things which we have tried during the pandemic, in fact, so we've always had walkthroughs which are kind of like videos which play out, which means that a customer has to see exactly what you want to show him and the manner that you want to show him. What we did in the pandemic, we worked with 2 startups out of Bangalore, and we've for one of our projects called Suncrest, we've launched this virtual walkthrough where the customer is able to take control and move through the project on his own. And the interesting part is that we're actually able to integrate this with a Zoom call where the customer and the sales executive can be virtually on site and talk to each other through this on the Zoom call while the customer navigates through the project, and he can move from the site to a particular flat, etc. Of course, at this time there are some limitations. These are early days. We are seeing that sometimes bandwidth is a challenge, so there is a lag in movement, etc. But just as a means of kind of in this period where people have, especially in the first wave when we were seeing lesser people wanted to visit site unless they were ready to buy, we found this to be a very good tool to kind of, while people were not coming to site as much, we saw much higher conversions on site visits because people were visiting virtually more often. So, it enabled them to come to site instead of 3 or 4 times, just that once when they actually were almost finalized. So that is something which we feel going forward will get more and more, the technology will improve and the user experience will get, there'll be multiple layers which will get added to the user experience on that front. And of course, smaller things like, drones, I think, most of us are using in some form or the other. We've used it in a couple of projects to give views at multiple levels. So for example, it's a 30-floor project, and a customer doesn't know what the view on 15th floor is going to be versus the view on the 30th floor. So we basically had a dynamic views on every 3rd floor, so a customer could see what is it that he's paying for when he's choosing to go on a higher floor. So a bunch of these things, and I think there's a lot of stuff on this which is happening. We are trying to increasingly engage with more and more startups so that we can try and adopt some of these technologies early on. But I think it's a very exciting space. We'll see a lot of stuff happening.
Yeah, I agree. I completely agree. And with what you've just told us, I can also conclude with that it is effective. It helps. Technology always helps, and it gives a better clarity to a home buyer or to an office buyer, anyone, anyone who wants to invest, if he can virtually go through the entire thing before he visits the site, I think it's just about a formality that he once wants to visit and close the deal. So half of the job is already done through technology. So then I can also conclude with this, that this trend would continue post-COVID as well. What is your?
I would absolutely imagine so, Rishi, because people want the, when we were dealing with, when we are dealing with channel partners physically, buyers are constrained about when they will come to their office or when they will come to their residence, and you are dependent on the person coming to you. As we move to digital channels, people could go and scout for properties at their own convenient time. With this, the ability to kind of virtually visit the site at their own convenient time has also gone up. So I definitely do see that this will continue. The extent of it will vary on depending on the external circumstances, location of the project, etc.
Okay. So another observation by our research team and various other consulting research teams, that housing demand in India and in Kolkata particularly went up in last couple of quarters. Kolkata even saw a good sales growth last quarter. So a major part of this demand can be attributed to discounts and incentives provided by the developers, and also the cheaper home loans. That's what I feel. But what I would want to know is, what special schemes are on offer in Calcutta or in Kolkata? How long do you think such schemes will continue to attract the buyer? So, Mr. Pansari, if you can just highlight on that.
See, we at our end really do not believe in discounting or really sales promotions as such. So we've really not done any such thing during the pandemic or otherwise. Obviously, during the pandemic, the customer was confused and they were in a lot of anticipation that the prices might come down or it will come down. Does it make sense for them to book or not book? So what we've tried to act as an enabler, thinking what will give him comfort. So we said, we give you a price protection guarantee. In case the prices come down, we will match it. But we don't see the prices coming down. But, giving him, we're protecting you in price is what we've done. And, we've tried to do enablers in terms of speaking to banks, giving them more business with a selected bank so that customer gets the home loan benefit, customer gets the PMLI benefit, or trying to hand in, okay, you can take your decision now. You get 2-3 months to confirm. If you, walk out in 3 months, you won't take a cancellation charge. But we really don't believe in, discounting or sales promotion to a large extent. Because if the product is good and it is made for a customer and there is a market, it will eventually sell. That's what we believed in, and that's what we've done.
I agree with you. And what I feel, Calcutta as a market, the pricing for mid-segment home does not leave a developer to offer too much on the discounting front. So even if we have to discount on a home which is being sold at 4,500 to 5,000 rupees, I don't know what will be,
Absolutely.
what a developer will gain out of it.
If you actually look at the last 3-4 years, the developers have largely absorbed all the costs rise, whether it is sanction costs, whether it is material costs, whether it is labor costs. And I think all of us are really working at wafer thin margins at this moment to really try and, you have to price the product right. Obviously, if you price the product wrong, then somewhere you have to correct it. That's a different issue. But largely, if you price the product right, I don't see much scope for us to do. At least we've not done that. I think there are people who do that, but that's not what we've done.
So, I would take this to, Nakul, there is no discounting per se, but is there any other incentive that has been given to the buyer in terms of luring him to the site or to a project, in terms of any festive offers, in terms of any, multiple flat buyers, anything that has been there in the market, which you feel that Calcutta has been witnessing and has actually made some difference to the home buyer?
So festive offers and offers which are linked to a specific cross group promotion plan that you run has been done by us in the past also. I don't think we started something for COVID per se, but we always have two festive offers, one in the March, April, Paula Baishak time, and one for the Pujas festival sign. And then we give you a benefit because but if you really ask me, we've given free car parkings, or we've given actually small cars, or we've had people get air conditioning free for their apartments. But those are not specifically to drive to discount it to get the deal done. It is to create a little bit more buzz about the group and the multiple projects it has, so that it gets little bit more eyeballs. So it's more eyeball generation and lead generation, rather than trying to discount the price of the project to make it more viable for the client to buy.
I agree.
So that we've been doing, and we've done it during COVID times also. We actually also ran similar projects as Mr. Pansari just mentioned, wherein we gave price protection and also allowed them to cancel once they would be able to come and visit the site in person. So those were trust related benefits and offers we are always happy to give. I don't think if somebody wants to actually get more confidence in the product and need something special for that, we are always accepting to give that and go that extra mile to make him feel happy and comfortable.
So, but then I'll quickly ask you something pertaining to it. So, did it have any kind of effect when you rolled out such marketing campaigns? Did you see a pattern, where customers were attracted to these marketing patterns, or did the company see a sudden surge in the inquiries, or a little bit of extra sales? Any change in the
So for sure, when we ran these promotions, obviously there are 2 points to it, right? When we run one of these promotions, we actually end up spending a lot more. So because we spend a lot more, by corollary, we should get more leads. That is one. Two, we obviously are able to promote using all the group's assets and which we are selling, and put it in one basket. So the amount of the cash flow available for the program is a lot larger. When you do a group specific or a pan group promotional offer, a car parking possibly works for a certain price point, doesn't work for some, but we still offer it in that price point, because otherwise then there is no value of a pan group offer, right? We've always found that these big marketing banks have created a lot of buzz. If you get the right jingle, and with radio and digital now, it's a lot easier to have a promotion of the group, whereas people see the ads of their specific projects, which is for which they are the target audience. So those benefits with digital has also come in, right? You can have a plan which is group specific, whereas the person sees it for the target audience project that he actually is a part of. And I think these have always been beneficial to us, and I think they will continue to be so.
Great. So, Suhail, do you think you guys also have some kind of, marketing scheme, or any activity that you focus on to generate that extra demand of home buyers?
Yes, Rishi. So what we've seen actually is what we've been doing. We don't believe in too much discounting. Though the trend today in the market is that every buyer coming to the site is expecting some discount because every other developer is running a scheme. So what we do is we actually talk to the buyer. We give them a little bit of flexibility in the payment plans without actually affecting their price. So that helps them a little bit in their cash flows, and in these uncertain times, a little bit of flexibility in payment, or in terms of how the buyer can pay, could really push the buyer in making that home buying decision.
Great. So we can fairly conclude that price discounting is not happening in this city. Any which ways, the pricing of the product is not at a place where discounting is viable for any of the developers. But yeah, incentive schemes do run, and they run on festives, non-festives, and different offers, and they do attract a set of population towards the project. So am I right if I conclude with this? Sohail, Nakulji?
Yes.
Yeah,
I think so. I think so. Yes. I mean, offers do help. So there are a lot of buyers who are on the brink, and when a developer launches an offer, it kind of pushes them off the edge and helps them make that decision that yes, I think this is the best time. So having an offer helps the buyer conclude the transaction.
Great.
I would say that the best thing to actually convince a buyer who's on the edge is to actually announce a price increase. I found
Yes.
when you announce a price increase, that is the 2 weeks that you sell the most apartments. So I think it's the exact opposite of what you're concluding.
I would personally say
that is true. Yeah. In fact, on a serious note, we use it strategically at every point, A, to lock in buyers who have already bought, avoiding cancellations, and to also everybody's on the brink to get them to sell. Tactically, I think most of us use these price increases to
Absolutely, I agree.
People to jump over the fence.
I completely agree with this fact. I don't know how you guys handle it when it comes to residential, but when you talk about a commercial project or in fact a retail project, which, trust me that this is the game they play. The earlier deals have to be the anchor deals wherein we'll give you the discount, you come in early, sign it on the basis of the plans that we are making, and then we'll start developing it. Once you start developing it, then the plans goes out to the guys with a certain increase in price. Then then 25% is still held back till the time the project is launched to get the maximum price out of it. So they structure the pricing, they do get benefit out of it. So I think that's a good idea. If we can work on it strategically, we can definitely gain out of it. So we I'll take another one on this. There's another question with me. So see, the remote working, and as it was already earlier mentioned, that work from home, study from home, kids study room, workstations, all these are becoming a necessity in today's time. So, do you see these kind of demands in your project, and do you have future plans to develop projects with additional features to drive sales? In terms of these kind of benefits. If Sumant, if you can take up this for us.
Absolutely. See, what was happening was the trend was in last few years. We were looking at reduced flat sizes. So generally a flat size, which would say for a 3-bedroom would be around, say, roughly 1,300 to 1,400 square feet on an average, was coming down to 1,000 and 1,100 square feet. With this pandemic, now it has changed. We have seen that people require larger space. They require more organized space. In our projects, we were already doing 2.5 BHK thing, which is again something that we have gained a lot of traction in last few months. So in the upcoming projects also, we are planning that we have those kind of flats available with us, because we know that today and the kind of habit that we are inculcating probably will have people, even when this pandemic is not there and the situation is normalized, we would still see us, like this session is happening online. We will have many more people working from home, trying to get on those Zoom calls, Skype calls. Students taking classes online, which was something which was not here because the digital penetration was not there. With that coming up, and people going through this phase where they have now learned to use these digital tools, and they require say secluded space or a quiet place in their home where they can carry out these activities. So definitely the requirement for such kind of flats, such kind of housing is definitely there. We have inculcated, we had these kind of flats already in our house, in our housing projects, and whatever upcoming projects we have, we think this is one of the important things that we should definitely have.
So I would reach out to Mr. Shroff. So do you think any of your upcoming projects where you have already incorporated such things to add to the advantage of the home buyers, or are people approaching you in your newer projects to add these kind of uh, there's some.
Yes, Rishi.
Yeah.
Yeah. So definitely there's a demand for these kind of facilities and amenities in the project, whereby we see that the families are spending more time in their own complexes and townships. So the demand for such housing complexes, well-gated housing complexes where such facilities are there is definitely on the upside. And we are also incorporating some of these in our existing projects, which we're going to deliver soon as well, whereby we are incorporating spaces, co-working spaces in the clubhouse. We are also making mini theaters in the projects because people really can't go to cineplexes. They might want to enjoy a session of movie or say an IPL final in the comfort of their own housing project. The at the same time, for a good development of the physical and mental aspect of our children, we are also incorporating huge areas for the development of children's, not just as children's play area, but as many other activity zones as well, whether it be specialized children's library or study zones. So that is also under works in our project. A lot of people also own pets. Some of the pets are very high energy and demand very high energy sessions during the day. Unfortunately, because of the present times, most of these pet owners, I'm one myself, are not able to take out our dogs to parks or for walks as we used to do earlier. So we are also incorporating pet parks in our project, which will be exclusive just to the pets, and you'll have different sorts of tools there which can be used to actively engage with your pets and ensure that they stay in good health. So yeah.
Wow, that's really thoughtful. We were talking about kids and people like us who are working from home, and you've already reached a stage where you're thinking about pets as well. That's so very thoughtful one, really. So we'll move on to our next one. See, over the past few years, industry participants have been focusing more on use of low cost, adaptable construction technologies such as aluminum formworks, frameworks. What is your experience in this area? Do you see, this working out for everyone? Mr. Pansari, if you can, you know,
Can you just repeat the last part?
yeah, I'm saying that, in the last few years, people have been focusing on low cost, adaptable construction technologies like aluminum frameworks and
Yeah.
everything.
So I'm saying
Hmm.
it again, depends on project to project, whether you can, as far as aluminum formwork is concerned, whether you can achieve that many repetitions and, whether it's adaptable. So we obviously try to use the best of technologies. Certain products like aluminum formwork works for one project, might not work for another project. So each project is different and we really can't generalize it. But obviously, with the margins being so tight as that it exists today, we do try to use as much as technology as possible in construction, with the focus to save cost and, more importantly, deliver on time. So aluminum formwork, apart from cost, the biggest advantage is also that you're able to provide a quality and a more consistent finishing and in a much faster time. But that will not work if you can't get that amount of repetitions in the project.
So that takes me to the second part of this. So do you actually see a tangible move towards these low cost technologies without compromising the project quality?
See, again, I told you it differs from project to project. Might be a high-end project which sells for 10,000 square feet. You are not able to use it because you don't have that repetition. So it is not really a significantly lower cost, but the benefit comes in your ability to execute it faster and provide more consistent. In fact, if you look at initially, it is more capex because you buy the formwork and keep it. So it depends project to project. There's no one simple answer to every project you can do this or it's huge low cost. It is more in the benefits of scale and repetition that you really benefit out of aluminum formwork per se.
So this is open for all the to all the panel members. Has anyone actually used these kind of technologies in any of their projects? Nakul, have you?
Yeah. So we've been using it for a decade now. In fact, about 80% of our portfolio is using aluminum formwork.
Okay.
I think we've already completed 4 projects using this technology, and I would tend to say that I agree to everything Siddharth said earlier. The only difference is that one of the reasons why very expensive, large-end projects we can't use formwork is there's a lot of customization that the client expects when he's in the higher end of the space. Whereas when we are looking at the mid-segment, wherein 600 apartments, 900 apartments, with the quality of bricks and the manpower available, it would be impossible to make one also. Formwork is, the only thing that I would say about formwork, which is against it, is the fact that you cannot really customize. But the quality that you get out of a formwork or a full concrete project is equal, if not more superior than a averagely built brick and mortar project. I have not seen any inefficiencies with respect to the product. The quality is better with the HERA and the thickness of the walls being measured to the micrometer, which is almost impossible to enforce in brickwork. This really helps us with that, and it's cleaner, neater, faster. And the points that Siddharth mentioned earlier about it only being viable for large projects is also true. But if you have a project with 2-3 blocks, then you can kind of squeeze this in.
So we can use these low-cost technology, and by using them efficiently and effectively, we can reduce.
I want to object to what you've been saying, because I don't think these are low-cost technologies.
Low-cost technologies. They aren't low-cost.
Okay.
They're an alternative.
I'm happy to
with time and
learn.
quality. They don't make it cheaper. So I don't think you should keep calling them low-cost technology, because that gives it a bad name. I don't think it is low-cost.
So it's low cost. If I would refer it as low cost, then it tends to become a low cost because it helps you in achieving the timelines that you have set for the project, which in turn decreases the interest on the loan amounts that you have to pay out. It gives an early handover of the project. That's how it helps in the costing part of it and brings the cost low. It's actually not a low cost technology, but yeah, it affects the entire cost of the project. Am I correct now?
Yes,
it's an alternative technology.
It's an alternative technology.
Yes.
Alternative technology which can reduce our cost significantly. Good. So again, there is a trend towards greater sustainability and green buildings shaping up in the next few years. So are home buyers more aware of this trend and demand products that fit the bill in terms of, environmental, social, governance? Is it happening?
Leave out for these.
I think.
Sorry, should I repeat?
Yeah, I think we missed. There was somebody talking.
So, there's been a lot of demand. There's been a lot of talk on green building, sustainability, green buildings and sustainability in the next few years. Are home buyers actually aware of these concepts? Do they ever come up? I would want Mr. Shroff to address this for us. Do they actually come up with these kind of concepts to you? Are they even aware, these kind of concepts do exist and they can benefit from it, or they don't have any real benefit out of it? So
Rishi, maybe around 4 or 5 years ago, if you would have put this question to me, I would have said no, the awareness was negligible. But over the last 3 or 4 years, the awareness has definitely been there, whereby people realize the value of sustainable homes or green building homes. In fact, one of our projects is the first platinum rated green building certified project in the affordable housing segment. And so there as well, we see nowadays when consumers or prospective clients are coming to us, they are actually asking us questions regarding what kind of water treatment plants are we installing, what are we doing with regard to water conservations, waste management, and all of these sustainable green building practices that is incorporated as part of a green building. As furthermore, what we are doing to further increase the awareness levels amongst our consumers is that on site before the pandemic hit us, we used to organize, physical learning sessions with our consultants on board, whereby we used to explain, actually make a rainwater harvesting model or a STP model or various other, technologies that we are using as part of a green building to educate our end consumers regarding how exactly it will impact them and at the same time make the building environmental friendly. After the pandemic has hit us, we also continue to organize such virtual sessions for our consumers and also plan to have a thorough handover affair with them. During the handover, it is very important to explain to them what the building technologies are. Ultimately we have built them and handed it over to them, but all of it is of no use unless they realize the value of it and they utilize it in the manner that it is supposed to be utilized in. There's no point of me having 3 different segregation waste bins if the consumer does not understand that plastic is supposed to go in some other bin and vegetable waste is supposed to go to some other bin. So while handing over as well, we are making increased efforts to increase this awareness, which will ultimately improve the lifestyle of the consumers, improve the environment of the project, and overall at Alcove, we are committed to being environmental friendly and do as much as we can to give back to the environment. Last year during the lockdown, the first 2 or 3 months when the lockdown one happened, it was almost a similar time as of now, and it was very surprising. We could enjoy the open areas and the open air because the entire air was so much pollution free. So we could see how much healing powers there is in the environment, and we should do as much as possible to remain committed to that.
I'm sorry, Rishi, this is the topic where we can, continue to talk about, sales and how it is happening, but we have already overshot time. So I'll take just one question from the audience. The role of channel partners and brokers in the present scenario, so just one sentence from each one of you, how the role of brokers and the channel partners has changed in the present scenario. Ariel, let's start from you.
They are your foot soldiers, so and they're a very integral part of you, your company, your sales. So
okay, whether it is digital marketing, digital sales, but channel partners remain very important to the sales strategy.
Absolutely.
Okay, Suhail, your view.
Yes. So Sapna, we see that in as the value of the flat goes higher, the importance of channel partner increases. So flats above 1 crore, every buyer will have their own channel partner who they rely on to help them make their own decision. Of course, you have digital tools that help you understand the properties. But I think as a developer, channel partners are extremely, extremely important. You can create a team of 15, 20, 25, 30, depending on the volume of work that you have. But if you have a network of 3, 4, 500 channel partners on ground, your sales will just increase exponentially, actually.
Okay. So here says the channel partners network makes a very major contribution to the sales and probably, expanding the network. Siddharth, your one sentence on the role of
I think
brokers.
they are more important than ever before, and their role is only going to enhance in days to come.
Okay, even if we go digital all over with 3D views.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's rather than only you boasting about your project, you have 5 other people telling the customer, hey, it's a good product. And I think customer looks for that kind of assurance. It's one of the biggest decisions in life. So having a third party validate what you are trying to say really helps.
Okay, the role of channel partners is going to become even more important. What Siddharth says. Nakul, your view on that?
I agree to everything that they just said. I think you can't sell without channel partners, right? How do you get your word across? So you can't stand on the rooftop of the project and sell it. You have to get some people to hear it. So the digital partners or the foot soldiers have to all do the work. Otherwise, how would you ever get your word across? Impossible.
Okay, so you can shout out loud on all the social medias, but still the channel partners are integral to selling procedures in the real estate. Yashasvi, your view on that?
I also agree with all the other panelists, whereby channel partners are a very integral part of our sales team. But over the years, maybe 1 or 2 decades earlier, hardly any developers had their own sales team. Nowadays, we've developed most of the developers are in the process of developing their own sales team, but that should be looked at as a synergizing effect with the channel partners, which ultimately amplifies the sales. So our own sales and marketing team working as a team with the channel partners in our community really helps us in amplifying our sales.
So more synergies between the channel partners and the developers through their own sales teams. Now, Apurva, has the role of channel partners changed in the present scenario?
Again, great points from everybody else. The way I would put it is that, the role of a channel partner back in the day used to be a discovery agent, somebody who tells you what projects are there. And it's changed, quite a bit from there. Discovery has moved largely online and to digital means. And the role has moved a lot more to an advisor, a confidant, where in fact there is excess information which is available with the home buyer. Is suddenly looking at 20 points across each project, different parameters, and looking at multiple projects at the same time. So moving from a discovery agent to an advisor or confidant advising the buyer how to select which project to select, I think that's been a big transformation which has come about in the last few years.
Okay, so the biggest transformation now, channel partners are more like advisors and helping buyers to sift through all the information that they collect through online channels. Rishi, what do you have to say after once you have heard all the views?
I am so glad to hear all this. While I've been deliberating on digital, virtual, AI, technology, Makan, everything sounds very good. But our role, in fact, we as channel partners or consultants or advisors were relevant to the development community, and we will also remain relevant going forward as well. But hand in hand with the technology, with the changing times, everyone will have to adapt to it, and so are we. We will also be, investing more in our own technology features. We'll be coming up with newer technologies. But yes, in the end, it will be a combination of virtual and real that will last and will sustain and will take this journey forward.
Okay, fantastic. So I think the biggest takeaway we are getting from this discussion is while sales strategies are changing more, we are getting digitally, we are getting more tech savvy, digital savvy, but the human element and both the digital and real will work together. The channel partners remain very important and integral to the sales strategies of real estate. Thank you so much, all our speakers who are here and who joined us and shared their views and expertise. Arisuman, thank you so much. Siddharth, thank you so much for being here. Mr. Suhail Saraf, thank you for sharing your views. Apurva, thank you once again joining here and sharing your valuable views. Mr. Himmat Singka, thank you for being here, being part of this session and sharing your opinion. And Rishi for wonderfully conducting this session. Yashasvi, thank you so much once again to meet you here on this key platform.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
So friends, that was one very exciting session where we talked about sales, how the real estate sales are happening. And I thank all our speakers for all our sessions for making this edition of Realty Plus Conclave East so informative and interesting, and not to mention a very thought-provoking. And thanks to all our awesome audience as well for being here with us, sharing their queries. We have not been able to take a lot of questions that I have with me, but we will definitely going to get them answered offline. So now, ladies and gentlemen, without taking any more time, let's move on to the much awaited segment of this evening. I hand it over to our lovely host, Preeti Katpal, to take us through the glittering evening of Realty Plus Excellence Awards 2021 East. Preeti, over to you.
Thank you so much, Sapna. Those were indeed some very interesting conversations that we heard today. Thanks a lot for introducing me. And ladies and gentlemen, a very, very warm welcome to the 13th Realty Plus Excellence Awards 2021 East, co-powered by Immobile Doors. I'm your host, Preeti Katpal, and I welcome you all to this dazzling evening of felicitations and acknowledgement. Ladies and gentlemen, the event is being live streamed on Realty Plus website, www.realtyplus.com. realtyplusmag.com and Realty Plus Facebook page at RP Realty Plus. So do follow us there, do join us there. And yes, remember to tag us. Click pictures, take screenshots, and tag us on social media on our handles at RP Plus, RP Realty Plus on Facebook and Twitter, and RP_Realty on Instagram. Well, we would like to begin by thanking our partners who helped us to put this fantastic show together. So in your homes, let's give them a big round of applause. First up, let's hear it for our co-powered partner in mobile doors. Our creative partner, Another Idea. Business media partner, BW Business World. Online media partner, exchangeformedia.com, and organized by Realty Plus. Well, on that optimistic note, can you please play our partner AV? Well, I think the sound wasn't
To
audible.
backward integrate and add one more feather in its cap by venturing into manufacturing of designer furniture under the brand name Immobile. In 2014, they further expanded their business and forayed into manufacturing of doors with a goal to bridge the gap between domestic man-made doors and the dearly prized European doors. Immobile doors are manufactured with the latest German technology on high-tech machines with state-of-the-art infrastructure for all post-production processes like painting, polishing, and inspection under the supervision of a highly qualified and trained staff. Immobile is proud to offer a wide range of doors like wooden fire-resistant doors, metal fire-resistant doors, bullet-resistant doors, solid core flush doors, honeycomb infill doors, veneer finished doors, laminate finished doors, PU coated doors, glass doors, back painted glass doors, sliding doors, security doors, door frames in solid wood, and door jambs. Along with its specialty of custom-made and ready-to-install doors and door frames. They are used and trusted by leading developers across the country. Our motto of customer satisfaction has made us one of the fastest-growing door manufacturing companies in the country with a pan-India distribution network.
Well, that was lovely. I hope you enjoyed that. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you are really excited for this awards night. And before we begin that, let me give a little brief introduction of what Realty Plus is all about. Ladies and gentlemen, Realty Plus magazine is a part of Exchange for Media and BW Business World Group. The monthly publications is the real estate vertical of the group and was created to cater to the needs of real estate business. For the past 17 years, Realty Plus has been at the forefront of news and stories influencing the world of real estate. It was also recognized as the best real estate magazine by National Real Estate Development Council. Realty Plus is available both in print and digital edition. Moving on from the publications, in today's challenging times, Realty Plus has continued in innovating with digital products to keep the industry connected and engaged, such as the Realty Plus Masterclass webinar series, Realty Plus Real Talk video interviews, and Realty Plus Conclave and Excellence Awards virtual series, the one we are here enjoying today. With that, ladies and gentlemen, let me now welcome Dr. Anurag Batra, known as the Media Mughal. He is the editor-in-chief and chairman, Exchange for Media Group and Business World. Can we please have the AV? Can we have the AV, please? I think there is some technical glitch We're waiting for our next AV to play. And ladies and gentlemen, we're looking forward to this wonderful evening where we have put together a set of wonderful awards for all the hard work that you guys have put in. And this is the evening where you will be recognized.
Welcome to this Realty Plus Resilience event. Real estate industry, the whole country is going through a crisis. I know the mood is very somber, but sometimes we have to keep doing what we have to doing in a hope for a better tomorrow, and also with focus on the immediate task at hand. So really we are doing this event. I know the mood is somber, but we're doing it for resilience. Is something that we've been talking for the last 13 months. And in the last 2 weeks, things have got to a point where doing normal business has become tough, both in terms of what's happening on the ground, and second is it mentally impacts all of us. But we got to stay grateful that we are being able to breathe. We also got to pray for others. So I know this is a conference on real estate, but my thoughts are, I cannot pretend to be normal while I'm working, doing what I need to do. But clearly the mind does wander, and you tend to think about what's happening around you, and you tend to think about the families that are getting impacted and so on and so forth. So I just want to say that stay safe and keep doing what you are doing. Be sensitive to others. Moving forward is important, so keep moving forward in a hope for a better day tomorrow. Hopefully Corona will subside. Hopefully we'll be able to save lives. And I think resilience has been inbuilt in us in the last 14 months. And as life comes back to normal, I'm sure the real estate industry will also come back to normal. So really, I wish you luck. You're very brave. You're taking out time to do this. And God bless you. Stay safe. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Batra. That was fabulous. And you are definitely an inspiration to millions all over the world. Moving on to that note of positivity, let's add the celebration of triumph. Dear friends, we present to you the winners of the 13th Realty Plus Excellence Awards 2021 East. Let's take a look at this fabulous AV. Well, that has taken the excitement of this evening to level next. It's definitely going to be very, very exciting as we're looking forward to meeting our wonderful winners. But before we welcome our winners, it's time to say hello to our eminent jury members. Can we please take a look at the jury, AV?
Hi, this is Anuj Puri. As always, it's been absolute delight to be a part of the jury for the Realty Plus Awards. Like every year, this year, these credible awards recognize consistency, delivery, customer satisfaction, quality. The jury has been very independent and have recognized the contestants which have been able to deliver on quality, on the prospects of customer satisfaction, and ensuring that everything is done within a given time frame. We wish all the contestants the very best, and certainly the winners very, very good luck. We look forward to seeing you all at the award ceremony.
I am Dinesh Arora. I am a partner with PricewaterhouseCoopers and currently lead the deals practice. It is a matter of pleasure and honor for me to be part of the jury of this prestigious Realty Plus Excellence Awards for East. These awards have extreme significance. One is that Realty is supposed to play a great role in resurgence of economy. Second thing is the geographical location East. We believe that East is the least impacted area in the whole of India as far as COVID is concerned, and it will have faster resurgence as compared to others. And third is when somebody is looking to buy a home, he is looking to buy a dream. The jury members and participants in these prestigious awards. Thank you.
Hi friends, here are the awards which we all look for. This award encourages all stakeholders of the industry to raise their bar. I am sure the judges will have a tough time in judging the entries. I compliment all of you for your efforts for participation. I look forward to see you all on our ceremony. Bye till then. Thank you very much.
I am very happy to be one of the jury panel member of the 13th Realty Excellence Award 2021 for East. I wish the program and the event all success. I am also wish to state here that Realty Plus is doing a very excellent job, not only in promotion and development of real estate, but they are also passing on a lot of information, not only to the consumer, but also to all the developers as to the current situation on the reality of the real estate. Real estate is actually a nectar of the economy, and the growth will come of any country by development of real estate. Realty Plus is really doing a human service in the growth and development of the real estate, and I wish them all the success.
Hi, I am Taha Ansari, Managing Director, Project Management for the North and East India region at Colliers. I am excited to be part of the jury at Realty Plus Excellence Virtual Awards for the East. Realty Plus is one of the most credible award platform with a fair jury process that celebrates the achievements of the real estate industry. The East India market are untapped and there are several opportunities that can be explored. There are some leading developers who have set an example for the rest of the region. I look forward to receiving the nomination and seeing you at the virtual events on 26 March. Thank you.
Priti, you are on mute.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we thank all our jury members for putting in all the effort, for taking out their time, and for shortlisting and finalizing the winners that we'll be announcing tonight. This is not all. We have the Realty Plus Excellence Awards 2021 East are presented to the most impressive real estate work and are divided under broad categories of real estate projects, developers, architects, branding and marketing consultants and individuals. Well, I request you all winners, jury members, everybody to stay live with us throughout till the end, and we're going to take a group picture at the end to make this a memorable evening. And yes, do remember to tag us, do post your pictures, the ones you can screenshot here with the award, with the winners, and tag us on social media. With that, ladies and gentlemen, let's proceed with our categories. For the award presentation, may I now request our jury members, MG Khaitan, Senior Partner, Dispute Resolution, Real Estate, Khaitan and Company, to please join us. Once again, I request Mr. MG Khaitan to join us. So if you can hear me, Mr. MG Khaitan, please join me live. Please put your video on. And I can see all our winners, all the jury members are here with us. The excitement is quite high today. We're looking forward to meeting the winners, hearing from them how happy they are at taking this award tonight. Once again, I request Sir, Mr. MG Khaitan to join us. And ladies and gentlemen, the moment we've been waiting for has arrived. We begin with the awards with our first category, our first award tonight, the Affordable Housing Project of the Year. Can we please have the AV?
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we present the winners of the 13th Realty Plus Excellence Awards East. We are living in different times, and receiving recognition for your achievement is the motivation you need to keep on going. Today's winners are the pinnacle of hard work and dedication to Indian real estate. The awards are divided into broad categories of real estate projects, developers, architects, branding and marketing consultants, and individuals. Ladies and gentlemen, we now proceed with our categories, beginning with the Affordable Housing Project of the Year. And the award goes to DTC Projects for DTC Southern Heights. And for the non-metro, the award goes to MB Builders for MB Fortune.
And congratulations to our winners today. First up, may I please invite DTC Projects for DTC Southern Heights to join us for the award. Mr. Dinesh Jalan, Managing Director, DTC Projects Private Limited. Can I please have you here with us? Our first award winner today. Congratulations, sir. How are you feeling? कैसा लग रहा है?
बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है. It was nice to hear. My son will speak Pratyush Jalan.
All right, okay.
I thank Realty Group for the award. Really appreciate it. This award goes to all the team members, consultants, customers who've supported us during this journey, which has helped get this award in successive years. All their hard work has paid off. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, the hard work has paid off. Congratulations for this award. Our jury would like to say a few words. Would you like to say something, Mr. Khaitan? All right. So congratulations for the award. Let's welcome our next winner, ladies and gentlemen, for the non-metro. The award goes to MB Builders for MB Fortune. And may I please welcome Soumya Ray, Marketing Head, MB Builders.
Well, I would like to thank Realty Plus for this prestigious award, and all the credit goes to my entire team who has done this hard work and got this award, which is a really great thing for us to have such kind of effort from such a big platform. Thank you, Realty Plus, again. Thank you.
Well, congratulations. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was our first award today, and we're really excited to go ahead and welcome our next winners. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at the next AV today. Our second award.
Our next category is Commercial Project of the Year, and the award goes to Jalan Builders for Altitude.
Well, congratulations, Jalan Builders. बहुत बधाइयाँ आपको. And कैसा लग रहा है आपको ये जीतकर? कुछ कहना चाहेंगे? Okay,
Yeah, on behalf
Mr. Pratik Jalan to join us, the director.
Hi, I would like to thank Realty Plus and the jury members for giving us this prestigious award and appreciating our hard work. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you so much for all the effort that you have put in. A pat on your back. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, with that, it's time for our third award of the day. Our next category is for excellence in customer service. Let's take a look at the AV.
Our next category is for excellence in customer service, and the award goes to PS Group.
Congratulations, PS Group, and may I please welcome Mr. Gaurav Duggar, Director, PS Group.
Thank you, Preeti. Thank you for this award. Thank you to Realty Plus for recognizing our effort and excellence in customer service.
Very well done, and I like that proud smile on your face. Keep that smile, keep inspiring everybody, and congratulations.
Thank you so much again.
Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, it's always exciting. We have so many categories, and now the next exciting category, the next award is for Design Project of the Year. A very creative award. Let's take a look at the AV.
Always an exciting category. The next award is for Design Project of the Year, and the award goes to Primark Projects Realty for Primark Square.
Congratulations to our next winner, ladies and gentlemen, Design Project of the Year, Primark Projects Realty for Primark Square. Can we please have Mr. Abhijit Sarkar, AGM Primark Projects Realty Private Limited. Mr. Abhijit Sarkar.
Thank you, ma'am. I on behalf of Primark, thanks to all to have our viewers.
Also, ladies and gentlemen, we have Mr. Khetan here with us, our jury. I request Mr. Khetan to congratulate our winner. Can I have you on screen, sir? हमारी jury हमारे साथ है. हम चाहते हैं आप 2 शब्द कहें. Can you please come on video, Mr. Khetan? Yes, wonderful, wonderful to have you here. Sir, how are you feeling being here? आपने बहुत मेहनत की, shortlist की, आपने winners select किए, and today all these award winners, what would you like to say?
I'm feeling, yeah, I'm feeling very happy, but particularly Primex, they happens to be our client also. So I'm very happy for them that they got this award.
All right, thank you so much, and please stay with us, sir. Let's congratulate our next set of winners together. Let's wish them all the best for many more awards. And moving on to our next award tonight. The next category of the evening is Residential Complex of the Year. Let's take a look at the AV.
The next category of the evening is Residential Complex of the Year, and the award goes to South Winds Projects LLP for South Winds.
Congratulations, South Winds Projects LLP for South Winds. And I request Mr. Sanjeev Kumar Das, General Manager, South Winds Projects LLP, to please join us.
Good evening, everybody. It is very powerful moment for us to receive the award. The past year was a bit tough for us in real estate sector due to COVID-19, but customer satisfaction was the prime aspects. And we, the Primac team, had overcome the situation successfully and done our job. So thank you all. Thank you, Realty Pass, and all the jury members. Thank you, all of you.
Congratulations.
Thank
and
you.
Mr. Khetan, would you like to congratulate him? Mr. Khetan said that he's happy for all the winners today. His blessing. Yes, sir.
No, particularly, you know, I know most of the.
Yes, sir, we can hear you. Yes, sir. Would you like to say something, Mr. Khetan?
Yes, I'm happy for all the winners. In fact, number of winners are. Yeah, I'm saying number of winners are my client here, but so I'm very happy for them. And I think the real estate has a very good scope in future, particularly in East India. And I wish that more better projects would come next year. And we will have, and next year I hopefully that we will have a physical award ceremony instead of virtual. Thank you.
Thank you,
Well,
sir.
thank you so much, sir. And yes, I hope next year we do have a physical event where we all can meet and greet. We can have a stage where we can present the award to you all. But however, this year, at least we are here connected through the virtual platform. Better than nothing. Moving on to our next category. Today, ladies and gentlemen, we have the very prestigious honor of Luxury Project of the Year Non-Metro. Let's take a look at the AV.
Next up is the prestigious honor of Luxury Project of the Year, Non-Metro. And the award goes to MB Builders and Manakamna Realty for Darpan 88 Degree.
Congratulations to our winners, MB Builders and Manakamna Realty for Darpan 88. I request Mr. Manish Kumar Agarwal, Director, MB Builders and Manakamna Realty, to please join us. Congratulating our winners for this prestigious award.
Mr. Manish sir is not available right now. On behalf of him, on behalf of MB and Manokamna Realty, I would like to receive this award. And again, I would say that it's a great opportunity and it's a great prestige, it's a great, delightful event. And we are really happy to receive this award on behalf of Realty Plus. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. And Mr. Khaitan, आप कुछ कहना चाहेंगे, our jury member? I think the connection is a little bit slow, but nevertheless, it's wonderful that we have you here with us and your kind words.
I always feel yes, that the real estate actually is a nectar of the economy, as I said, and the growth of the country will depend upon the growth of the real estate. So I think that what the real estate people are doing, what the promoters are doing, what the developers are doing, they are is actually they are doing human service for the growth of the country. They are giving a lot of employment. They are the largest employer in the second largest employer after the agriculture. And I wish them all the best.
Thank you so much for your wishes and thank you for your kind words. Moving on to our next category of the evening. It is the IT Park Project of the Year. Ladies and gentlemen, this very exciting award. Let's take a look at the AV.
Our next category of the evening is the IT Park Project of the Year, and the award goes to Simplex Infra Technopark LLP for Imagine Tech Park LLP.
Congratulations, Simplex Infra Technopark LLP. May I please invite Mr. Amit Sarda, Managing Partner, Simplex Infra Technopark LLP.
Thank you, Realty Plus. Thank you, jury. This whole award means a lot to us, especially in these trying times. So, thank you all.
Well, thank you so much. And yes, these trying times, But we do not give up. We are still putting in our 100%. And thank you for putting in all your 100%. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Mr. Khaitan, do you have any words?
Yeah, every city, when you enter any city, yeah, as I said that whenever you enter any city, the city is known by its structure. The city is known by its structure. I mean, if you go to New York, you will know the city as an Empire State Building or World Trade Center. So similarly, in Calcutta, when you enter Calcutta now, a lot of new buildings are coming up. And a lot of tall buildings are also coming up, large complexes are coming up. So it gives a great feeling the moment you enter city. So my congratulations to all the real estate developers.
Thank you so much. Congratulations to all real estate developers. And now we move ahead by recognizing the best-selling project of the year. Let's take a look at this AV for the best-selling project of the year.
Recognizing the best-selling project of the year, and the award goes to PS Group for 110.
Congratulations, PS Group, for 110. And I request Mr. Gaurav Duggar, Director, PS Group, to kindly speak a few words.
Thanks again, Preeti. And it was very nice to hear a few words from Mr. N.G. Khaitan. He's been a guru for most of us here present today. Good to see him. And like he said, it would have been really fun that all of us met physically. And I really hope that maybe next year we'll do that. And thanks to Realty Plus again for this award.
Yes, hope we meet next year in a better platform, everybody together. Congratulations again. And now we go ahead by felicitating the Integrated Township Project of the Year. Let's take a look at the AV.
Felicitating now the Integrated Township Project of the Year, and the award goes to Shriram Properties Limited for Grand City.
Congratulations, Shriram Properties Limited for Grand City. I request Mr. Raghav Vora, AVP Sales, Shriram Properties, to join us. Mr. Raghav Vora, I request you to please put your video on to receive this prestigious award. Okay, do we have Mr. Raghav Vora? Wherever you are, we congratulate you. We congratulate Shriram Properties, and moving on to our next award. Do we have him here? Yes, Mr. Raghav. Please put your mute off. I think your mute is on. Hi, congratulations. Though we can't hear you, I think your mute is still, the mute button is still pressed. Can you check? Well, at least we can see your bright smile here with us. We can see that you're very excited to win this award. Congratulations once again. And now we take this evening ahead. An important category for the challenging times we are in today. the coveted residential project of the year. Let's take a look at the AV.
An important category for challenging times we are in today. The coveted residential project of the year. And the award goes to Orbit Group for Orbit Victoria. And Salarpuria Signum Complex LLP for Suncrest Estate. And for the non-metro, the award goes to MB Builders and Manakamna Realty for MB Delight.
How wonderful. We have 3 winners here. And first up, may I please invite Orbit Group for Orbit Victoria. Let's hear it for Mr. Arihant Parekh, Director, Orbit Group.
Hi, I would like to thank Realty Plus for the award. Though I am the one receiving it, I think the entire credential goes to the entire team of Orbit and especially Orbit Victoria. I think achievements like this and appreciation like these motivate us to keep working hard and keep delivering better projects. Thank you once again.
Congratulations. And yes, a great leader always gives credit to the entire team. Congratulations to the entire team. Moving on, our next winner, Salarpuria Signum Complex LLP for Suncrest Estate. May I please request Mr. Nandkishore Roy, AGM Sales, Salarpuria Signum Complex LLP. Can we please have Mr. Nandkishore? Sir, please put your video on if you can hear me.
Yeah, I really thank you, Realty Plus and the jury members for giving such award and appreciating our efforts. And the effort all goes to all the members who are associated for Suncrest Estate. Thank you.
Congratulations once again. And next up, we have for non-metro, the award goes to MB Builders and Manakamna Realty for MB Delight. Let's hear it for Mr. Manish Kumar Agarwal, Director, MB Builders and Manakamna Realty. Mr. Manish Kumar.
Mr. Manish Kumar is not available. I, on behalf of him, will like to receive this award. And again, lots of thanks to Realty Plus for awarding us with the best residential project. And the entire credit goes to the entire team who are working behind and not coming in the front, but it's the main effort of the entire team who are working together and bringing this and winning this award all together for the team. And this award is for the team. Thanks a lot.
Congratulations and congratulations to the entire team. Well, ladies and gentlemen, there's a saying, there are people who dream about success, whereas there are others who wake up and work hard at it. And these are the ones, our winners today are an example of the ones who do not give any reason for not working hard. Pandemic ho ya kuch bhi ho, these are the ones who were there giving in their 100%. And today we are here to give you a pat on your back and felicitate you by recognizing your hard work. Congratulations to all. And before we have our next set of award, I'd like to thank Mr. N.G. Khaitan for joining us, for doing the honors. And I'd like to invite our next jury for the next set of award. But Mr. Khaitan, please stay with us till the end. We're going to do a group picture. So kahin mat jaiye, please hamare saath rahiye. And now moving on, I would now request our jury member, Mr. Taha Ansari, Managing Director, Project Management, North India Colliers, to join us for the next set of awards.
Hi, Priti. I think somebody has stopped my video.
Oh my God, our team, can we please have Mr. Taha? Here
Okay,
you
now
are.
it's on. Yeah. Okay.
Very warm welcome. How are you feeling being a part of this wonderful awards night?
I'm really excited and I'm thankful to Realty Plus for providing me the opportunity to evaluate the performance of all the mentioned esteemed developers of Western India. And congratulations to Realty Plus. Wish them they keep growing and raise the bar.
Very well said. Hope they keep growing, raising the bar, and every year we have a bigger and better awards night. And now it's time for our next award. We'll be felicitating the most popular mall of the year. Let's take a look at the AV.
Felicitating the most popular mall of the year. And the award goes to Diamond Group for Diamond Plaza.
Congratulations, Diamond Group, for Diamond Plaza. Can we have the director of Diamond Group, Mr. Shreyansh, join us here? Mr. Shreyansh Kajaria and the team, congratulations.
I would like to thank the Realty Plus team and all the juries for selecting our mall and giving us this honor. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. And as a girl, I love malls, so I'd like to thank you all the more. Moving on, today our next category is for excellence in delivery. Let's take a look at this AV.
Our next category is for excellence in delivery. And the award goes to PS Group.
Congratulations, PS Group. Do we have Mr. Gaurav Dugar joining us?
No, Gaurav is not available right now. So I'll be accepting the award on his behalf.
Well,
Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
May I know your name? Can you introduce yourself?
Yes, so I'm Boishaki Sharkat Dotto. I'm the Senior Manager Marketing at PS Group. Thank you so much both to the jury and Realty Plus for this wonderful award to us. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you and congratulations to you and the entire team.
Thank you.
All right, let's go ahead with our next category, which is Real Estate Destination of the Year.
Our next category is the Real Estate Destination of the Year. And the award goes to Alcove Realty for Alcove New Kolkata.
Realty, I request Mr. Saurabh Bed, partner Alcove, to please join us.
Yeah, I think I'm unable to start my video. Anyways, good evening, everyone.
Picture also, even if we can hear your voice, we still like your picture.
Yeah, that's fine.
And here you
Good
are.
evening, everyone. So we are absolutely delighted to be a part of Realty Plus Excellence Award 2021. And it gives us immense pleasure to receive this award on behalf of everyone at Alcove New Kolkata. So thanks a lot for giving us this honor. Thank you.
Congratulations. And this particular award, Destination of the Year, in a time where we are not able to travel. So this is a special one. And I request our jury, Mr. Taha Ansari, would you also like to say something about this?
Yeah, it was a very difficult task to differentiate within who can be the better choice. But after going through the presentation and evaluation on ground from different credible sources, I have concluded the same. Congratulations to you, sir.
Thank you. The pleasure, sir. Thank you.
Well, congratulations, and moving ahead, felicitating now the mid-segment project of the year. Let's take a look at the AV.
Felicitating now the mid-segment project of the year, and the award goes to Primark Projects Private Limited for Akriti. And Ideal Real Estate for Ideal Aqua View.
Many congratulations to both our winners. And first up, may I please invite from Primark Projects, the Senior Manager Projects, Mr. Sisir Kumar Das. Can we please have Mr. Sisir Kumar Das, Senior Manager Projects, Primark Projects Private Limited?
Thank you all. We are really very excited to receive this project. Thank you all. Thank you, Realty Plus. Thank you, Primark. And thank you all the jury members.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you all.
Very done. And the next award for Ideal Real Estate, for Ideal Aqua View, I request Mr. Nakul Himmat Singka, Managing Director, Ideal Real Estate Private Limited, to join us. Once again, I request Mr. Nakul Himmat Singka, Managing Director, Ideal Real Estate, to join us. And to all our wonderful viewers on Facebook, on Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, wherever you are, I hope you're enjoying this fabulous evening. To family and friends of award winners and everybody who is a part of this show, I hope you're having a great time. Do keep commenting on whichever platform you are, be it Facebook or YouTube. Put in your comments. All right, congratulations, Mr. Nakul, Ideal Real Estate. I wish you were here with us, but never mind. Moving on to the next one, always a popular category at the Realty Plus Excellence Awards is the award for Developer of the Year, Residential. Let's take a look at the AV.
Always a popular category at the Realty Plus Excellence Awards is the award for Developer of the Year, Residential, and the award goes to PS Group. And for the non-metro, the award goes to JSB Infrastructures.
Congratulations, PS Group, once again bagging plenty of awards tonight. Must be a fabulous day for all of you at PS Group. Do we have Mr. Gaurav Dugar from PS Group?
No, so Gaurav is not here, as I said, so it will be me again, Boishaki.
Hello again.
Yeah, it's going. It's a good evening, it seems, for us.
Bagging plenty of awards. Very well done.
Feels great.
And that definitely is an inspiration to everyone to not just win one award in one category, but to take as many as you can. Well, thank you so much. Congratulations. And moving on to the next one for the non-metro, the award goes to GSB Infrastructures. And I invite Mr. Raja Gupta and Mr. Nikunj Harlalka, partners, GSB Infrastructures.
Hi, good evening all. On behalf of my team, I would really like to thank our esteemed customers who have really trusted us with their savings. And I also like to thank the team Reality Plus for giving us this platform, to showcase what we are doing in this corner of the country. And last but not the least, I wish to thank my family and mentors without whose support and patience we would have not been able to get this far. Thank you all once again. Thanks.
Thank you and congratulations. And yes, I would also like to thank all the family members supporting this is a difficult time for the housewives who have to work extra because the entire family has been home. Well, our jury member, Mr. Taha, would you like to say something?
I wish more awards like the next year. Would look forward to have this award personally, physically, and meet more people. That's all. Wish you all the best.
Yes, absolutely. We are all excited for the pandemic to get over and to once again be able to meet, have a stage, have the fanfare, and have all of you walk up the stage in the limelight. And with that vision in mind, moving ahead with our next award is for Industrial and Warehousing Project of the Year. Let's take a look at the AV.
The next award is for Industrial and Warehousing Project of the Year. And the award goes to Arjav Builder for Arjav Industrial and Warehousing Park. And Diamond Group and Sankaj Group for Diamond Logistics Hub.
First up, may I please invite our first winner, Mr. Harsh Jain, Managing Director, Arjav Builders. Congratulating Arjav Builders for Arjav Industrial and Warehousing Park. Mr. Harsh Jain.
Okay, Mr. Harsh Jain is not here right now. Good evening, all of you, and congratulations, all of you. So this is Madhulika Mitra from Arjav Group. I'm here as a marketing executive. So thank you for this award. Yeah.
Well, thank you for joining us and congratulations to you and the entire team.
Thank you so much.
Next up, ladies and gentlemen, let's congratulate Diamond Group and Sankaj Group for Diamond Logistics Hub. May I please invite Mr. Shreyansh Kajaria, Director, Diamond Group and Sankaj Group.
This award is for the entire team who have worked very hard in delivering the project. I would again like to thank the Reality Plus team and all the juries.
Yes, thank you so much. And our jury has done a fabulous job. Mr. Taha, would you want to say something?
Absolutely. Now the future is warehousing, data center, and healthcare. And the way Diamonds and other groups are coming up in Kolkata, it's a promising that Kolkata will grow further. East India will have a lot of developments in the coming years.
Yes, looking forward to a lot of developments, looking forward to lots of creativity that you all put in your projects. And with that, it's time for our next award. We now felicitate the best among the best in the category of Budget Housing Project of the Year. Let's take a look at the AV.
Now we felicitate the best among the best in the category of Budget Housing Project of the Year. And the award goes to Eden Realty Ventures Private Limited for Solaris Joka. And for the non-metro, the award goes to JSB Infrastructures for JSB Angam.
Congratulations, Eden Realty Ventures Private Limited for Solaris Joka. And to receive this one, I request Mr. Arya Sumant, Managing Director, Eden Realty Ventures, to please join us.
Thank you, Preeti. Thank you, Realty Plus and the juries. It feels really great to have your project and have your vision validated by such eminent jurists and panelists, because we wanted to create an affordable to buy and an affordable to live project on Diamond Harbor Road. And thank you for the appreciation.
Thank you so much. Congratulations. It's wonderful when there are budget projects and such wonderful projects. Value for money. And next up, ladies and gentlemen, for the non-metro, the award goes to JSB Infrastructures for JSB Angan. And I'm pleased to welcome Mr. Raja Gupta and Mr. Nikunj Harlalka, once again, partners, JSB Infrastructures.
Thank you, Team Realty Plus and the jury for the honor once again. Thank you.
Taking away many awards today, how does it feel?
It's overwhelming to see the response that we are getting and how the entire team is recognizing what we're doing in this small town called Dibrugarh in Assam.
Thank you so much for developing the small town and bringing in the facilities that are not possible without your creativity.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Congrats once again. And let's take this evening ahead with the next award, which is the most popular project of the year. Let's see which is the most popular project.
The next award is for the most popular project of the year, and the award goes to PS Group for Navyo.
Yet another award for PS Group. Congratulating PS. Do we have someone from PS Group join us?
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much for this award. It means a lot to us, especially being the most popular project. It means a lot of love. So thank you. Thank you for the recognition. Thank you so much.
Well, I think this is the third or the fourth award that you're taking today.
Yes, absolutely. So as I said last time, this seems to be a very good evening for us.
Congratulations once again and hope you win many more.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
And let's go ahead with our next award today. The award for Advertising Agency of the Year goes to a company making waves in its creativity. Let's take a look at the AV for that.
The award for Advertising Agency of the Year goes to a company making waves for its creativity. And the award goes to Shreyans Innovations Private Limited.
Congratulations, and may I please invite Mr. Shreyansh, CEO, Shreyansh Innovations Private Limited.
Thank you, Preeti. Thank you, Realty Plus. All of our clients are here. Thanks to all of you. It's only for all of you we are getting this award. Thank you so much.
Well, we're talking about creativity, advertising agency. Would you share an insight on how difficult it is during this uncertain time of pandemic? Everything is locked down.
I mean, more than that, I think the biggest challenge was how to get the fear of buying a home or to make an investment in a home at these times was the most challenging for us for this year. I think with everyone's support and the way we kind of, with our experience in the real estate industry, we could navigate this well. And yeah, we are here.
We are here, unstoppable. Congratulations. And moving on to the next one. The next award is for Emerging Developer of the Year, Industrial and Warehousing.
The next award is for Emerging Developer of the Year, Industrial and Warehousing. And the award goes to Jalan Builders.
Congratulations for Emerging Developer of the Year. May I please invite Mr. Prateek Jalan, Director, Jalan Builders.
Good evening, everyone. Hi, this is Nikita Batpal. I'm representing Prateek sir right now. He had to leave for some undue causes. So first of all, I would like to thank Realty Plus for providing us with such a good platform, especially during this pandemic. We are really thankful to all of you and all the jury members for selecting us for the same. Thank you so much.
Congratulations to you and the entire team.
Thank you so much.
Well, what would our jury member, Mr. Taha, like to say? How are you feeling, sir? How is the awards night going? And what would you like to say to the winners?
I wish with the Jalan Group is also coming up with a lot of good projects, and similarly, a lot of other developers I have seen, they're all coming up with good projects. I wish them a lot of success and a lot of developments. Look forward for a lot of developments in the coming years. And thanks to the Realty Plus for organizing this show so well. Best of luck.
And we'd like to thank you, sir, for being a part of this, for putting in your time.
It's a pleasure.
And now I request you to stay with us till the end for a group picture. We'll screenshot a picture. And for the next category of awards, I'd like to invite our next jury member, Mr. Biplab Kanti Sen Gupta, Professor and Head Department of Architecture and Regional Planning, Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur, to please join us. May I please have Mr. Biplab Kanti Sen Gupta? Do we have Mr. Biplab with us? Sir, can you please put your video on? We're waiting for him, and in the meanwhile, let's go ahead as next we have the award for Emerging Developer of the Year, Non-Metro. Please put the AV for the non-metro.
इसके बाद हमारा है fastest growing realty brand of the year.
Well, do we have Mr. Biplab?
Next, we have the award for Emerging Developer of the Year, Non-Metro. And the award goes to JSB Infrastructures.
Yet another feather in their cap, one more award for JSB Infrastructures. May I request Mr. Raja Gupta and Mr. Nikunj Harlalka, partners JSB Infrastructures, to join us.
Thank you, Reality Plus, once again for the recognition. It really motivates. Thank you so much.
And sir, how many awards have you won tonight?
I think 3.
3 awards, man. Doesn't it feel like a Superman power?
It's a fantastic evening for sure.
Wonderful. Keep working hard. Keep winning many, many more. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Look forward.
And yes, we have our jury member with us, Mr. Biplab. Sir, would you like to congratulate or say something to our winners today? Well, in these uncertain times of the lockdown, our winners tonight have shown by their own example that nothing can stop you if you really want to achieve your dreams. All right, till the time we have Mr. Biplab join us, let's go ahead with the next award, which is recognizing pioneering sustainability in the category of most environment friendly residential space. Let's take a look at the AV.
Recognizing pioneering sustainability is the category of the most environment-friendly residential spaces. And the award goes to Alcove Realty for Alcove, New Kolkata.
Hi. Once again, thank you, Realty Plus, for admiring our vision and hard work. So this gives us more encouragement and enthusiasm to continue putting up the best of our work. So once again, congratulations to the entire team behind Alcove New Kolkata, and my compliments are there for all the winners. May we together build our way towards a happy future. Thank you.
Well, it feels great that we are able to inspire you, motivate you by giving you these awards, recognizing your effort. We are able to motivate you to come up with more projects and creative ideas. Keep working hard, keep achieving a lot more. And moving ahead, we are now felicitating the Developer of the Year, Retail. Let's have the AV, please.
Felicitating now the Developer of the Year, Retail. And the award goes to Quest Properties.
Congratulating Quest Properties India Limited for Quest Mall, and to receive this one, I request Mr. Kausik Roy, Marketing, Quest Properties India, to join us.
Hey, hi everybody. Hi Preeti, and thank you so much Preeti and Realty Plus for this award. You know, it means a lot. See, at Quest, we always strive for the best, whether it's the brands that we house in, whether it's the technological innovations that we do. Quest app recently, you know, has gone very popular. We have launched it like around a year back. It has got more than 20,000 odd downloads. So thank you so much to all our customers, all our stakeholders, everybody, you know, who has put in all their efforts. And thank you so much for recognizing our effort here. Thank you so much. Means a lot.
Congratulations. And yes, I request everyone to download the Quest app.
Great.
And support them even more.
It has a lot of utility features and people will love it, I'm telling you.
Sure.
Right,
well, moving on to our next award today, always a popular category at the Realty Plus Excellence Award. It is the award for Project Launch of the Year. A very exciting one. Let's take a look at the AV of Project Launch of the Year.
Always a popular category at the Realty Plus Excellence Awards in the award for Project Launch of the Year. And the award goes to Shreyans Innovations Private Limited for Navyon.
And now may I please request Mr. Shreyansh, CEO Shreyansh Innovations Private Limited, and Mrs. Vasundhara Jalan, Account Director, to please join us to receive this award.
Thank you, Preeti. Vasundhara, please do the honors. Are you here? Okay, I think she's not here. Thank you, Realty Plus. Thank you so much.
Well, congratulations.
This really means a lot.
One more award. Well, moving ahead, let's announce our next winner. Now we're felicitating the fastest growing realty brand of the year. Well, this is what everybody has on their mind, to be the fastest growing, to put in as much as they can to win in the race of being the best and developing the most. So now it's time to take a look at the AV for fastest growing realty brand of the year. Can we please have the AV?
Felicitating now the fastest growing realty brand of the year. And the award goes to Imami Realty.
Congratulations, Imami Realty. I invite Dr. Nitesh Kumar, MD and CEO, Imami Realty, to please join us.
Hi, Preeti. Dr. Kumar is out for another meeting, so I'll take over. This is BP Singh Roy. I head sales and marketing. Our gratitude for appreciating our efforts as the fastest growing realty brand of the year. We do believe in word of mouth publicity and focus our efforts on customer satisfaction, quality, and transparency. And as much as we can deliver to the customer. Thank you so much for this award. And we thank the 13th Realty and Excellence Awards 2021. Thanks, Preeti, and thanks to the entire team.
Well, congratulations. Do you have any words of motivation to everybody else who look up to you? And would you like to tell them how to be the fastest growing?
Well, to grow fast, you'll need to do the right things. And the customer focus is the most important thing which you need to look at, because that is what pushes you to become the fastest growing brand and the lovable brand.
Well, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, keep that in mind. And you'd be winning the same award next year, probably. Congrats once again. And now let's take this ahead, ladies and gentlemen, felicitating now the iconic project of the year.
Felicitating now the iconic project of the year. And the award goes to PS Group for Anasa.
Once again, congratulating PS Group, this time for Anasa. Can we have somebody from PS Group join us?
Hi, it's Boishaki again. Thank you so much for the recognition. It really makes us feel really proud. And thank you once again, Realty Plus and the jury, for this prestigious award. Thank you so much.
Well, after winning so many awards, I think this is your fourth or fifth award.
I think sixth. This must be the sixth one.
My God, double hat trick. I think it's finally time for me to learn how to pronounce your name.
So that's Boishaki.
Boishaki.
Yeah, right. You got it.
Well, in the first try, I got it, Boishaki. Congratulations for 6 awards. Very well done. Your
Thank you. Thank you so much. It really makes us really proud. Thank you. Thank you once again.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we felicitate the best integrated brand campaign of the year. Let's take a look at the AV for integrated brand campaign of the year.
We now felicitate the best integrated brand campaign of the year. And the award goes to Shreyans Innovations Private Limited for Credai Bengal campaign.
Once again, congratulating Shreyansh, CEO of Shreyansh Innovations, on taking multiple awards today. Shreyansh, can we have you again here?
Thank you so much. GK, that was a very, very challenging brief for us. It was just done immediately after the COVID times. How to change mindset of people to come out of their homes and start buying new homes and better homes. I think with the support of the entire Credai team and the people who led it, we could really make a difference. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you. And after talking to so many award winners, you are one of the young achievers. Do you have anything to say on that? Any inspiring words for the young achievers?
I mean, I can only thank all the people who are present here. It's only because of them we are getting these awards. Thank you for bestowing your trust, your continuous trust and support, and to let us do the good work we intend to do. So yeah, thank you.
Congratulations, and keep doing the good work that you have and keep winning awards.
Thank you,
Now,
Preeti. Thank you so much.
to be a true reality influencer, you have to be a super CXO. We now have the award for the CXO of the year. Let's take a look at the AV.
To be a true reality influencer, you have to be a super CXO. We now have the award for the CXO of the year. And the award goes to Dr. Nitesh Kumar, Managing Director and CEO, Imami Realty.
Dr. Nitesh Kumar, Managing Director and CEO, Imami Realty, taking away the award for the CXO of the year. This is a prestigious one. How do you feel?
Thank you very much, Preeti, and thank you indeed, Reality Plus and Exchange for Media, and Dr. Anurag, especially US behind the entire Reality Plus show. And I thank all the jury members who have taken decisions like this, very, very tough decisions like this. Well, it's a personal recognition, Preeti, but the real credit actually goes to my robust and energetic team, who stood behind all my decision-making processes. So that's the real credit, and I thank everybody for this. I was not available for the fastest growing brand of the year, Imami Realty. I promise you, Preeti, next year we will be one among the best realty brand in the country.
Well, that's a wonderful declaration you made today, and we're looking forward to that vision.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Take care and congratulations. Moving on to the next one today, recognizing dynamic leadership is the award for Young Achiever of the Year. Let's take a look at the AV.
Recognizing dynamic leadership is the award for Young Achiever of the Year. And the award goes to Arihant Raj Parak, Director, Orbit Group.
Many congratulations, Mr. Arihant Rajparak, Director Orbit Group. Can we please have you on?
Thank you once again to Realty Plus and all the jury members. I'm thoroughly delighted and humbled by the award. I think this was only possible if you tend to love what you do. So I thoroughly enjoy what I do, and I hope to keep getting motivated by my seniors and keep striving hard year by year. Thank you once again.
Well, congratulations. Let me ask you this motto of yours that keeps getting you a lot of awards, and this one in particular, the Young Achievers Award. What makes you a young achiever? Did you start early? Do you think that you have the fire in you where the other youngsters want to watch Netflix and get busy on Instagram?
I don't think it's I would take anything else from any of the young entrepreneurs here. I think they all strive hard. Though real estate is a very challenging sector, but I kind of enjoy with the challenges that each project brings in. Although I started at a very early age, so it tends to make me a young achiever. But yeah, I think the motto that I majorly follow is to keep striving to be better every year. And every day rather than every day. So that's I think keeps me going within such challenging times. It still keeps me going and trying to give my best every day.
Well, thank you so much for the inspiring words, and congratulations again.
Thank you.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our next award for today. And next up is the award for Most Promising Marketer of the Year. Let's take a look at the AV.
Next up is the award for the Most Promising Marketer of the Year. And the award goes to Shreyans Baid, founder and CEO, Shreyans Innovations Private Limited.
Yet another award for Mr. Shreyans, Most Promising Marketer. Can we have you here again, Mr. Shreyans?
Thank you once again. I'm only, I think I'll say I'm very, very happy to receive all these awards. And I mean, again, I'm saying thank you. It's only because of all the people who are present here. Allow me to do what I want to do and what I want to do for their projects. So yeah, thank you so much. Thank you.
Yes, winning has become your habit.
I hope it stays. It's a good habit.
It stays. I hope it stays. Well, best of luck, and may you win many more awards. Congratulations. And ladies and gentlemen, I hope you are having a great time meeting our winners. And yes, they have been an inspiration to me, especially if they can bag 6 awards, 5 awards in a day. I'm sure you all can strive, work hard, and win plenty of awards. And now it's time for a final category for the evening, which is the award for the best real estate website of the year. Let's take a look at the AV.
Our final category for the evening is the award for the best real estate website of the year. And the award goes to Shreyans Innovations Private Limited for Skylake.
Once again, congratulations. This time it is for Skylake, best real estate website of the year.
Thank you.
So
I think,
I'm sure it's great winning the award. Tell us about what it takes to make a brilliant website that gets you awards. What is it that, because everybody who wants to look at services would first check a website to see what the brand is offering. So what do you think is essential in a website that gets you awards?
So great website is a combination of good technology and good design. I think we've kind of tried to integrate both of them together at the optimum to achieve the client's visions. So yeah, an ideal combination of technology plus design leads you get more customers.
Very well said. And yes, congratulations again. And congratulations to Skylake for having the best website. Well, ladies and gentlemen, plenty of awards. And yes, there's one more thing, Shreyansh, if this was a stage and we were doing a physical award, we would have given you a chair to be seated on the stage. So many awards back to back.
Realty Plus feels like home now.
Yes, thank you so much, and congratulations to you and to all our award winners tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, this evening is such a fabulous evening, and to be connected with such talented people is an honor for me. And yes, thanks to our jury. Again, I would like to thank Mr. Biplab, who we couldn't, unfortunately, hear from. If Mr. Biplab is still around, I would once again invite him to say a few words. Do we have Mr. Biplab, who couldn't earlier join us? All right, never mind. If he's not around, we thank him for being a part of the jury, and to all the jury members who put in their effort for joining in and for putting in their effort in selecting the winners. It definitely would have been a tough task for them, given that all the participants have worked so hard. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we come to a fantastic closing of the 13th Realty Plus Excellence Award 2021 East. And ladies and gentlemen, we have to take a group picture, so do not leave wherever you are, in your office, at your home, in the car. Put your AV, put your videos on, because we are going to take a group picture to make this evening a memorable one. Let's take a screenshot. Yes, all our jury members, all our winners, and yes, our sponsors. Videos on, because we are going to take a group picture. And I thank the backstage who have been managing this fabulous evening. I request you all to put your videos on so that we can together take a screenshot of a group picture of this memorable evening. Managing this fabulous evening. I request you all to put your videos on so that we can together take a screenshot of a group picture. Do we have them all here? Are we waiting for more? All right. So whoever has joined in now, at the count of 3, I want you to give your brightest, beautiful smile and make sure you are visible. It's not dark. All right. 1, 2, 3. Let's smile. Let's hold that smile for 10 seconds. Smile. Make sure you are visible. All right. 1, 2, 3. Let's smile. That was indeed a very long 10-seconder, but I hope our team got the pictures. And thank you all for joining us here. Thank you all for making this evening a successful one. And do remember to tag us in all your lovely winning shots and any screenshots that you have taken on our social media handles, which is at RP Realty Plus on Facebook and Twitter, and RP_Realty on Instagram. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations to all the winners. You've made the industry proud with your dedication and your performance. Ladies and gentlemen, this evening has been an unforgettable one for everyone, especially me. And yes, I'd like to thank our sponsors once again, co-powered by InMobile Doors, creative partner, Another Idea, business media partner, BW Business World, online media partner, exchangeformedia.com, and organized by Realty Plus. Ladies and gentlemen, please be home, be safe, take care of yourself, and yes, keep working hard, but yes, stay at home, wear your mask, be safe, and hope to see you real soon. Thank you so much. We have one small video, one last video that we'd like to play.